このパワーを利用する形ですね。瓶自体、うわ、ただ
残り時間が少ない。その中で空気住民票を落とした。アナイレーションが使えない。
アナイアレーションが
そしてフォーカスビーム、そのまま捉えて空気おお3人
ラスニアムゲーミングのサイドの取り返し、ここに対しては KSG 狙されて抜いた。さあアルティメットをキルに有効につなげていったのはバレル。 KSG のトリプルキルでしょうか。
いやー素晴らしい。さらに止まらないぞ。
止まらない KSG、 壁際に追い詰めて
4キル目。
レイデンの仕留めてみせた。
クイーンされたことでちょっとバレルお料理はされてはいますね。しかも状況的にレバティ側
あれ2個
あれ
See you next
See you next
そのままクラウド。
さあどうでしょうか。あっとしかしここはハルトゥーンエピック、ハルトゥーンのトリプルキル。一気にインソムニア側に傾くかと思ったその刹那、リバティ JP のダメージラインが一気に切り崩した。
アルティメットの状況が、結構いいので、アライグラの攻めに対する受け流しというのは可能だと思いますね。
可能であればこのボムが上がる前に試合決めたいですね、アライズは。
そうですね。
前段ぶち込めアスター窓展開。
ただこれは、うまく引いて、ポイントのゲージは上げますかね、いくらかは。
少しは進めても問題ないというところ、グラビティフラックス手前で使っていったこのカウンターのラリー、前段ぶち込め後方支援のアンプリフィケーションマトリックスですが、ハリー、ワイドと重ねているもの両者2-2トレード3対3。
いやこのハリーがフリーだとどうしようもないですよ。
ハリーがフリー、
いやただ無理やりハリーがフリーだけどそれを上回るスピードで溶かしていきましたね。
ハリーのフリーは無視してここはパンディア守りきっています。
続してそれな続くっていうの珍しいですね。隠れてからの出た
とことこ歩きの T99 デッドアイダブルキル。
まるでパルスボムを狙うトレーサーかのように
そうですね、もうねおもむろに前歩き、ホラー以外の何者でもない。サウンドバリアを抜いてはいるんですがアライズの勢いが凄まじい。さあシックスブローとしては守りきらなければいけないウェーブ。ここはちょっとアライズ、いやしかしシックスブローも頑張っているぞ。
触れた
なんとかオーバータイム、まだまだわからないか。しかしここはハリーダメ押しのダブルキル。さあ人数状況、振りはシックスブロー、これはいかんともしがたいか。
ハリー
ここはハリーがキルを重ねてなんとファーストマップ取り切っていったのはアライズプロジェクト。
シックスブロー前当たりしてますね。
さあしかもですね、今回ナノクロック早めに使わないとレイジがたまる。
そうですよ。ただビリアこれナノクロック前段階で使っていたその前段階での1キル生まれています。ズックスを落としきり、そして阻害瓶大量に入った。 再び陣の阻害便によってエリア5時開くぞ。0時発動。
発動していく。いやしかもここは2キルは確定。
カートは誰かが触れていますね。カートは2人で触れているんですが、ライバルレンジを持っているプレッシャーが上側を陣取っています。
これね帰りたいところなんですが、
はい、
そうですね帰れてますね。いやこれは冷静ですね。この2キルのおかげで前線が足りてません。
前線足りていないのでアレクサンダーここでラリーを展開、ハーミーに使っていきます。ここは防御のラリーですが阻害便だ。拓明ギリギリ持ちこたえているが持ちこたえて限界です。
いや
なんかねパルスボム作目に返していった。ここは穴ぶりで失礼ナノぶりで対応しています。ただこの作目が抜かれてしまうとカートは大丈夫か。
いやカートはこれシグマで
シグマ入りましたね、
はい、
ただグラビティフラックスを打つほどの余裕はないか。プレッシャー無理やり使っていったグラビティフラックス。カウンターの神道滅却叩きつけも守っています。
さあこれでエピックの位置をずらすことはできている。
さらにはドゥックスプール側での戦闘勝ち切った。正面でも T99 がヘスティを抑えました。押し切りには十分肩切り。そして
コノハ
ですね。失礼コノハ
遊撃剣遊撃剣おまけ。
ウィドウのワンパンショットはコノハで返せばまたワンパン。
最後は相手のラッシュに対してうまくサウンドブレードいなすことに成功しましたね。
これほど激しいファーストの奪い合いは
これブープとの合わせだったんですね。はい、
押し込んでいきましたね。
いやー素晴らしいブープ。このブープっていうのも本日すごい刺さってますよね。
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
welcome to another day of Overwatch Champions Series Japan. I am Achilles here alongside Unknown for the very first time. Unknown, how you doing?
Oh, I'm not feeling good physically, but definitely I'm excited for the games today. Today's going to be the last day of group stages in Japan. We're seeing a lot of teams going to get their fate sealed.
Yep, I mean, obviously a little bit under the weather, so bear with us, but all will be well. We'll make sure he's taking good care of himself as well as that voice. But yes, fate's about to be sealed for a lot of teams. Already the case. We've already seen a couple of these squads wrap up their final matches just yesterday. And now we get down to the nitty-gritty with some of the few remaining squads here. Right off the rip, though, a big matchup. We've got Varrel getting ready to go up against Pandia. So first place versus that fourth place team at the moment here. But we'll see if Pandia is going to be able to get the job done. We saw Sixblow make that attempt yesterday. Couldn't quite draw blood. Couldn't get that map win away from Varrel.
Yeah, exactly. So if you look at the start of the season, if you think that there was one team that was going to take a win off Varrel, we thought it was going to be Sixblows, but yesterday that didn't happen. But Pandia, a lot of stakes here. They need to win because their fourth place might be in jeopardy if they lose 3-0 to Varrel here.
It's very true. So if they want to be able to stay in that top four spot, then they need to have a strong performance here today. We'll take a look at the season schedule, though, of course, just to go through everything here as we find ourselves in stage one for all of the Asia regions. Obviously, Japan, Pacific, Korea, everything's going to be wrapping up somewhat soon as we do have playoffs, LCQs, as well as that main event there for Overwatch Champions Series Asia on the horizon. All of that just about like a month away, something like that. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all culminates and which teams are going to be able to make it over to that major.
Exactly. DAF in the Pacific region already booked their tickets to Korea because they finished there a little bit earlier. They sealed their fates a little bit earlier. We will be having some of these teams actually following suit really soon. So Japan and later in the week we'll have Korean teams who have will be finalizing their spots in Overwatch Champions Series Asia. It's going to be really fun.
That it certainly will be. But still more to get played through here, though. A couple more teams that need to round out this opening round robin. Namekuji brothers, of course, somebody that we're going to be seeing later on today in our second series. They have a tough opponent in Insomnia. The only team that has been able to take a map off of our top squad there of Varrel, who we'll be seeing in the first series. And then for our final set, it's going to be Revati going up against Hayabusa. Hayabusa, we'll see what kind of damage they can deal. But Revati, you know, they've had their ups and downs. They've had some of the closer series that we've had in the tournament thus far, for sure. You know, 2 map 5s, the only team, I believe, that kind of has that figure behind them. But they've also looked pretty damn strong. And Hayabusa, things have been a bit rough.
Yep, definitely Hayabusa Gaming. I think they have the individual talent there. We've been talking about this with other casters too, but Hayabusa Gaming, they kind of lack the team, I guess, coordination that they need, especially with this meta here. And speaking of the meta, we do need to talk about the recent patches that dropped about like 14 hours ago.
That is very true, and obviously we are playing on live patch, so that means that everything that just went into effect, yeah, like you said, 14 or so hours ago, that is now live in play for all of these teams here. So we're expecting to see, you know, kind of maybe going back to what we were seeing previous to the Malga patch, to those buffs coming through for the Symmetra as well. Maybe just a pivot off of those picks, go back over to something like the, you know, the Space Cowboy comp with that Zarya and that Cassidy. We'll have to just wait and see. Maybe these teams have cooked up something else as well, because some of those other buffs that did come into play are obviously still in the mix. The big ones are the reversion of that Sombra, that Symmetra, and that Malga.
Yeah, definitely the patch, the recent patch right now, the live patch, is definitely targeted towards the Malga. We don't want to see Malga mirror as seems as the dev wants, are intending to see. Like you said, Seth, it's probably going to be somewhere between the Doomfist dive, or maybe the Zarya and the Cassidy counter to that specific dive. So we'll see how teams adapt. They didn't have a lot of time. They didn't have a lot of scrims to practice against that. Maybe we'll be seeing the Malga just to play for comfort, but we'll see. We'll definitely see.
Yeah, I think it's still strong, you know, but with those reversions, we'll have to just wait and see what happens, what these teams do have prepped for us. But here's our player of the match rankings so far. Pressure still out there at the top, tied up alongside Zesin, who could overtake first, but that would require for Pandia to be able to get the victory here over Varrel, which Pandia, a very strong team in their own right, but Varrel have been looking like a cut above the rest. So we'll have to see if that's going to happen. Hofak as well, potential for him to be able to catch up if he can get himself a nomination in that third and final series here of the day. But here is the full schedule. We'll be kicking things off with that first versus fourth. There in Varrel versus Pandia. Then Namekuji brothers, the fan favorite, going to be coming through. Nerfs, changes, all that be damned. I think we know precisely what Namekuji is going to be running going into that matchup. It's more of a question of what will Insomnia be bringing to the table. Either way, they have been strong. They've been hovering near the top of the standings, third place, I believe, at the moment. If not in second. I didn't pay attention to the standings. I just had on screen. And then it's Revati going up against Hayabusa. So we'll see how these teams do fare and if we can get some surprises coming into today. But for Varrel, not really going to be having any surprises. This is the starting lineup that we have been seeing for the most part. Mihawk has been something from time to time, but Q-Loud and Mint, both just incredibly strong.
Yeah, Plankton, we haven't seen him all season yet. Maybe he's cooking something behind the scenes or waiting for the right meta. Also for Mihawk, usually is only featured when Varrel wants to play a double flex support meta. Precisely. So I am seeing hints of maybe a doofus dive here. Maybe, of course, when you play the Mauga, you don't also need the double flex support as well. My point of interest here is, what does Varrel think about this new patch? Do they think that despite the buffs being reverted to Mauga, will they stick to the Mauga, or will they go with the doofus dive that they had so much success on?
Well, time will tell as we do get ready to get into games, but of course first we have to take a look at the lineup here for Pandia. Similarly, you know, Dox has been the tank that we've been seeing the most up here for the squad. Chung, I think, only subbed in a couple of times.
Yeah, like about 2 maps, I think.
Yeah, so I haven't been seeing too much of him, but Dox being very solid there for the roster. And Zayson, even just yesterday, picking up that player of the match here for the team, was having a whale of a time in their matchup. So I'm looking for that similar level of impact here from him as they get ready to come into this one. Because obviously, you know, Pandia, they're not going to be strangers to Varrel. I'm sure that they've scrimmed many, many times. They've watched the games. They know how strong this squad is. They know how much work they have cut out for them.
Yep, and what's really important for Pandia is that when they win like they can really contend to the level of Varrel, but when they lose, if you look at their loss versus Insomnia and 6-Blow, they looked like they didn't even had a chance to compete. So what version of Pandia, what version of Zessen are we going to be looking at today is going to be the real question today. We're taking a look at the maps that are being picked. We're starting with Nepal. Yep. So it's not going to be Lijiang Tower.
Already some differences. Not going to be Lijiang Tower. Nepal to kick things off. We've seen this one kind of on the outskirts. That Ilios, of course, still just not being picked pretty much whatsoever. But then Midtown, also a bit of a change-up considering the proficiency that we've been seeing from a lot of teams on Kings Row, as well as just the affinity for that map. Understandable. It's a classic. It's a banger. It always delivers good gameplay. But Midtown is going to be a slight little departure from what we have been seeing in the last few days, and I don't mind that. We do get back to basics, though, with Esperanza. There is the push map, and if we can go beyond that, if we can see Pandia be able to take away some of these maps from Varrel, and perhaps we'll get over to New Jug City and potentially even Circuit Royale.
Well, that would be a very big surprise and an upset on the side of Pandia if we actually do go all the way to Circuit Royale. But if you just take a look at the map picks, I think Varrel just opts to go with comfort here because Midtown was usually the choice of preference for the side of hybrid for Varrel. So I don't think that both teams are here with like a lot of understanding about like how we should play about this new meta. But of course, they only have 14 hours. This is going to be the first competitive match that they're playing on this live server, of course. But definitely interesting to see. I do maybe think that we might see a little bit of Sigma on Midtown. We're not sure yet, but we have Nepal to figure out first.
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. I don't think that that's going to be too surprising if we do see that one. But Nepal to kick things off. Curious what is going to be coming out. Typically, especially when it comes down to the Sanctum submap, that Orisa likely to be in play. But maybe these teams have something a little bit different for us. Let's find out as we go ahead and jump into the action here for our opening series. The final day of the week of Japan. We've got Varrel versus Pandia as we jump into Nepal. See where we're going to be kicking off. I'm going to be honest, I can't necessarily tell the submap just because of the mountain outside, but okay, looks like it's going to be Sanctum.
Yeah. Well, I haven't seen any play in that mountain on Sanctum yet, so fair that, and it looks like Varrel is going with the Orisa composition, which is kind of like I think the mindset of Varrel here is like, I don't know what you're gonna play, Pandia, but I think we can play it out with Orisa here.
Well, suddenly, the Ash mirror, something that we have not really seen at all across any of the regions, at least here in Asia.
Yep, and also very interesting to see is that we have, ooh, that's a nice kill on thought. I was about to say that the Iliari pick has survived. So it was buffed in the previous patch and it didn't get reverted. It was one of those things that didn't get reverted. So maybe that's going to be the niche pick for the side of Varrel. Cloud proving to be very well. So initial control going to the side of Varrel.
Yeah, nice opening pick there as he got into the back line, and that's going to force out the swaps here from the side of Pandia. It looks like Sunny is going to be moving back over onto the Symmetra despite some of the changes coming through here. And to that hero, Navis making up his mind back over now to that Baptiste.
Yeah, they're going. Pandia is going with the more rush variation of the Orisa composition, whereas Varrel is a little bit more poke. And looking at the members of Varrel right now, it looks like they're doing a lot of damage before Pandia can even get into range.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, just poking and prodding, working them down. I mean, having that Ilari into the mix alongside the BAP, that's a lot of damage just from your support lineup as well. As you can see, Q-Loud, he's accurate. He's getting the headshots. Dynamite will burn down two there for Nico. And it's going to be the team kill coming through here as Varrel very much maintaining control. Haven't needed to use any ultimates here, and given the swaps for Pandia as well as just not being able to stay alive, the ults are not really anywhere close to coming online for most of these players. Nevi's going to be the closest one there, trying to get that Amp Matrix online, but just kind of given the setup here, having that Ashe as well as the Ilari, you kind of favor them to be able to utilize their Amp Matrix a little bit more, have a little bit more damage output. There's going to be Capture Sun now, invested. Mimosa going to be taken down. Q-Loud's able to find that. Immortality Field cleaned up. This does find some stability as he grabs that health pack, but Q-Loud just pushes the corner, finds the eliminations, and that is just going to be them getting swept under the rug. I don't think I'm incorrect right now in saying this, but I'm pretty sure no one has died on Varrel.
Yes, I am pretty sure if I haven't missed any kill feeds yet. And also, this is going to be probably how it's going to be is that 77% they're going to start up with the Amplification Matrix. They're going to keep them outside.
Javelin through the Amp Matrix. Nevis just dies to that one. Looking for the follow-up. Dogs push back, taken down. You can see they're trying to do something, trying to get somebody to kind of peel. A kill is found as Q-Loud does get dropped, so able to come away with one. Now a second as Nico as well going to get headshot. The overclock coming in. But, I mean, Kyuki just still playing up close. The Terror Surge to lock everybody in position. I don't think anybody's actually going for the point, and they are not. No opportunity to whatsoever. So 100% to 0. Utter dominance here at Sanctum for the side of Varrel.
I think Varrel really had like good ideas in a sense that they had the Orisa to just hold the ground, and then they had everyone, like all 4 members that is not Orisa, maybe even the Orisa with the Javelin here. They all had poke potential, and well, Pandia didn't really have an answer to it. And once they had control, initial control of the point, they just selected a choke point, and they just started to like, hey, if you're going through this, you need to take a lot of damage before you even want to just enter your range of fights.
Yeah. Well, as you can see, fan vote. I'm going to be honest, I'm kind of shocked that it isn't 100%, just given Varrel's dominance. Again, not really discrediting Pandia. They are a strong team. They are in that 4th place position for a good reason, as we continue to get different looks. KSG now coming out the gate here with that Ramatra, as Mimosa going to be taken down. Fisco flying. KSG finding that first blood here on Village. Punches going through. Now Slowfield going to be slapped down, swing around the corner, and it's going to be just heavy energy here for Nico, helping to go ahead and rip them asunder. Kyuki will collect 2 here on the back end as Zayson will try to slide away, but eventually will get hounded down. So point now unlocked. Varrel again getting a bit of an extended team kill. We'll have first grab with the point, and Doc's now going to be swapping over to the Matra as well.
Yeah, so I think swapping back to the Matra is going to be a really important part. And Pandia, yes, Zestin swapping to the Reaper here is going to be really important because Sojourn did not work because that, with the composition with the Sojourn meant that Zest had relied on Zestin to make those railgun shots happen in order for them to have a win condition. But now we're on a little bit of more even terms, but the interest is that Varrel has the ult advantage here.
Slowfield into the back, Fist going out here from Dogs, trying to push them off the point. Turret's going to be cleared out, and so far damage is looking decent as Kiki does get taken low. Flip is going to be in, enough space can be conceded here, so Pandia getting their first taste of percentage here so far across the 2 sub-maps, but as the Amp Matrix comes through, They say, okay, we'll give you the point. We're going to take it right back away from you. Dox gets taken down. Zayson now going to be beamed out. Sanyo is able to find one. Looking for maybe a little bit more there.
That was such a T-fight win for the side of Varrel. They only used the amplification mixtures. Now, once again, we're going back to where Sanctum was. Now, Varrel does choose a choke point, and they just decide that, hey, if you guys want to just be near the point, we're just going to throw ults at you, and that's how they're going to extend their lead a little bit. Now, Pandia will probably have a chance by the time Varrel is at like 70-80%-ish. That's the fight that Pandia has to win, and they can't afford to use any ultimates before that.
They also just can't all get out of the door there by themselves. The wall comes up, catching some in place as Blizzard in on top of it. Just no way to try to devour that one away. So cleanup does come through, and again, it's just this ult efficiency being put on display here for the side of Varrel. Photon Barrier was committed into that fight from Pandia, so going 1 for 1, but losing the fight. Now at 70% here is Varrel looking to close things out on Nepal with a 2-0.
Yep, Varrel definitely is probably going to use the Photon Barrier, and if needed, Annihilation here. There is that Photon Barrier, also the Annihilation. They're actually using the Sound Barrier as well, so if Pandia is able to win here, they might find something here, but it looks like it's not going to be the case.
And they're just dancing around the barrier, denying that damage from the Death Blossom. The positioning there from Zayson just not quite good enough. Ends up getting denied an immense amount of DPS there in the fight. Inside track over towards the point as they try to get this one, but Mimosa going to be taken down. That Sound Barrier is likely not going to come into play whatsoever. It's just Dox corralled here by himself. He will very swiftly be dealt with and forced back. Mint does get taken down as Navis is able to find one, but with the wall coming up, they will get locked out. So only a bit of percentage going to be found there for the side of Pandia. And Varrel come away with a 2-0 victory on Nepal.
Wow. So I was really impressed of how Varrel wanted to play that game out. They had a composition gamble. They won, and after that, they just kind of snowballed the entire fight. They forced Pandia into thinking that their composition is the better composition, and after Pandia has swapped compositions, they just kept the snowball ult economy rolling, and Pandia wasn't able to catch up.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, just a complete outclassing pretty much across the board. I mean, the figures coming through. I mean, again, what realistically maybe 2 real kills in that first sub map, but QLoud, you'd imagine that he was out fragging everybody when it came down to the Alari. This was just a very dominant showing here from the side of Varrel, very much asserting that they are #1. There is a tier break below them when it comes down to standings in the Japanese region. And also looking like they would be able to close things out with a nice little 3-0. Probably upset that they dropped that one map earlier on back in their third series versus Insomnia. So they want everything else to be absolutely pristine. And if the performance, if it's going to continue looking like that as we go over towards Midtown, which is their map pick, then I think they're going to be able to get their 3-0.
A really good point, because this was supposed to be Pandia's map pick, and something that Pandia probably had something prepared. And if Varrel just kind of like brute forces through that, all the preparation and tactics that Pandia made, then who knows what a Midtown can actually be. Midtown, I would also like to see some Iliari here, because there's a lot of poke potential, especially on point A. Well, Varrel looks like they're the stronger team so far, and I wouldn't be surprised if Varrel closes this out with a 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, one of the other things to keep in mind is that going over to Midtown, this is one of those maps that, you know, throughout the whole last season, basically since the addition of Alari, this was the hybrid map that you'd really want to play this on. You look at Overwatch League last season, Krillin, this is where he was looking like, you know, one of the best Alaris that we had out there. Always go to Midtown and just be able to have an insane amount of impact. We saw it as well. Falcons playing Midtown. Majed came through. Didn't have the most value. Didn't do that much, at least when it came down to the Captive Sons. His neutral play was a hell of a lot better than the ults were. But yeah, it just kind of lends itself to that play. So I'm expecting that we're going to be seeing QLoud playing even more of that Alari. And if he's going to keep out aiming and out sniping the opponents on the other side, then Pandia are going to be in for a really rough ride.
Look, Cloud's sights is on out damaging his own DPS players, not just out damaging his opponents. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun race either side.
Yes. Well, let's go ahead and just zoom in a little bit here, as we do have Midtown getting ready to kick off. The players getting loaded up into the lobby. Let's see if Pandia is going to be able to hold a candle to that damage throughput that we just saw from Varrel on Nepal.
Ooh, it's going to be... I think Pandia has a lot to think about. They will probably think about, number one, are they going to play the Sigma, or are they going to play the Orisa, or maybe the Doomfist? That's going to be their number one question. And number two is, do they have the answer to the Iliari. My guess would be that if they want to, they definitely have to dive in. So,
Yeah.
but it's not going to be an easy task whatsoever.
Well, one of the things that 9K was talking about yesterday was playing with confidence. You need to be able to believe in your own abilities here. They earn their way here. They earn their way into the, towards the top of the standings. Pandia, they know that they can hang with some of the best squads out there. But do they believe it themselves? They need to. We'll see if they can find their focus, find their center, get zen coming into this one.
Nico is definitely confident. Well, of course, this is just a teaser because it's the attacking side, but how Widow on, of course, maybe it's just going to be the first shot, but Nico on the Widowmaker sounds definitely like confidence to me.
Well, we'll see if he sticks with it. Probably just going to be that opening shot, but you never know. Given how things went on the first map, maybe they'll feel a little bit more saucy and will want to try to run this one. Doc's going to be back over onto that Sigma. Jason going to be taken to the skies here with the Echo.
We're actually going to have Mimosa on the Iliari.
Okay. Well, nice little adjustment. We'll see how he's going to be faring here, as Navis does want to be able to stick with the BAP. So for this setup, Team Mimosa has to be the one playing that more hit-scanny type, as Nico just going to be coming through here with that Sojourn. So big reliance on him to be able to try to take Zayson out of the sky.
So in this case, Varrel is definitely going to... Ooh, the Mint taking down there is not going to help the fortunes of Varrel, so good kill on the side of Pandia.
Okay, but the trade back is going to be coming through. Zayson and the Dog's now going to be taken out. Immortality Field was used as well. And the rest of the members here from Pandia are that much more vulnerable. Rail built up, looking for the target, looking to force them back here. Just for a shot into the corner. Sanyo nearly is able to take out Nico, but the heals start piling in, and they will be able to keep him alive. Kyuki into the back, finding Mimosa. And right back over towards that spawn room as the second tick gets ready to come through here for the side of Varrel. Push in, back, room access here. Zayson trying to poke and prod, but it looks like the call might just end up having to come through to abandon the retake here, and eventually they will be forced off the point. It will be capped, and it's going to be 5 minutes and 20 seconds in the time bank here for Varrel.
Yeah, once again, Varrel is having a very interesting composition here. It's kind of like a hybrid between poke and rush here, in the sense that you use Mint's Lucio to close down the distance. If this is going to be a Sigma mirror, then Varrel. What the idea of Varrel is that they believe in Nico and Cloud's, I guess, mechanics for doing the damage, whereas KSG, Kuki, and Mint as a cluster, they're just going to close down the distance and be in your face and win the fight.
Yeah, I mean, decent opening kills. So we need to see more of that here for Pandia. But the follow-up on the back end. Team not falling apart needs to be strong. Flux now coming through. KSG picking it up here onto the high ground. That Immortality Field not getting cleared out, though. So there's going to be some damage dealt. Elimination's not found. Zayson now in with this Duke. Going to build up towards a Flux of his own as Dox goes ahead and pulls the trigger on his. Pick up in, but it's going to be sniped out of the air by Nico. There's not enough healing throughput to try to keep that Sigma in the fight. Ends up getting taken down the cart, at the same time still gliding now, coming up the opposite ramp here through the underpass. Yuki on the hunt, pulse bomb at the ready. Mortality Field dropped in, gets cleared out. Great timing as Nico uses the overclock to get rid of it. Sets up for that pulse bomb elimination. Doc's now gone after having swapped over onto the Doomfist, and as they come crawling out of the subway, they're just going to get picked apart. The push comes in, and somehow Varrel now have more time in the bank than they did after they capped A. It was 5 minutes and 22 seconds.
They have more time than they started the map. They start with 4 minutes, and it's 5 minutes and a half. And I really want to point out that individual moment where Nico cleared out the Immortality Field, and then Kuki just finished off with the pulse bomb was really shows how good cohesion that Varrel has. But Nico falls there, so it's going to be a little bit slowing down for the side of Varrel. But I still want to emphasize that Varrel really has good team cohesion here.
No, they really do. Nico. Thought maybe after they saw the Widowmaker pick up here for the side of Zayson that he would just go say, okay, I'll just match that. But does opt to stick with that Sojourn. Check the barrier low here for the side of Dox, trying to really just hound down Kyuki. Knew that he was low, knows that he wants to try to get the kill, but there's the accretion coming through. Nico able to get some revenge as Sanyo does fall. Still having a decent sight right here for the moment, but now getting dove on, trying to line up the headshot. Oh, the recall just in time. Avoiding that one. Can't find the punish though, but Dox ends up getting taken down by his own left click. Zayson will find one. Mint will get picked off here once more. Now he's once again under fire in a bad position. Taken down as the cart continues to roll forward. Varrel just, I mean, I don't know what the overall Midtown record would have been going back to its, implementation in the Overwatch League, but this has got to be challenging it.
Yep,
Or at least
definitely.
it's gotta be pretty
It's
damn
there
close,
somewhere.
They will get slowed up now, though, as KSG falls. Nico going to get picked off. Zason coming up with yet another elimination. So Varrel, for now, will have to slink back. Trying to stay alive here as the TP out from Cloud does take him to safety.
Yep, and then, but the thing is, but the bad news for Pandia, I guess, is that after, yes, they do have their 2 support ultimates, but in the end, who is going to stop Nico's overclock? Who is going to stop the aggression when Cloud opens up with the Kitsune Rush? I think maybe I don't want to make it seen as a foregone conclusion, but it definitely at this moment Pandia looks like they have to rather just slow things down rather than trying to stop the recap from coming up.
Yeah. At this point, it's about trying to just drain as much time off that time bank as you possibly can, rather than try to get the successful defense. But if you pull that off, it would be fantastic for them. Sanyo off on the right foot, though. He is able to find Kyuki. Sound barrier now in from Mimosa, shielding up everybody to try to survive through this overclock, and widely will be able to do so. So elimination's not going to be found. This is going to be Varrel backpedaling now. Pretty collected up here.
This was actually a really good defense from the side of Pandia. Varrel used a lot of resources in that fight. Yes, they did have to use both of their support ultimates now, but it's going to be up to Sanyo, because if Sanyo can take a pick or two with that overclock, then things might get dicey for the side of Varrel. There is going to be that Sanyo's.
Going for it now. KSG using the kinetic grasp, keeping himself protected. Barriers well coming down, and actually spotted the player in the corner there on the side room. Man's just tucked back and wait out the ult. Now it's going to be the sound barrier available here from Mint, waiting, sending it, drops it in. Kyuki into the back lines, able to find Zason, taking him down. Accretion going to be going wide, doesn't connect here onto the Tracer as everybody just gets corralled in around Dox. He's not killed him off yet, actually. He is surviving for a little bit longer than he might have anticipated, but eventually does get picked off. Will continue here as Mimosa will fall, and Zason only one alive here at the moment. Not much that he can do. Can't really try to push forward, and actually can't push forward at all. Yeah, Flux is the go ahead and try and deny. Sanyo with a slide out. Can't get the touch, but even if he did, he would have died instantly. So, gotta say, decent time buying here from the side of Pandia. They drained the clock down under 2 minutes. Remember, it started around 5:25 for that final push, so it was a very decent defense, but unfortunately, they needed that a lot earlier in the map.
Yeah, at this point now, after watching Nepal and now this, it's not, I don't think Pandia's problem is in the composition right now. Like 9K said, like you said, Seth, it's a matter of confidence. I think that Pandia is kind of, well, I wouldn't want to say scared, but they're definitely being a little conservative after going against the name tags of Varrel so far. And looking at Varrel, I just wanted to say that this team has been together for a long time, and having also had good experiences, international experiences, the World Cup. This has been the Japanese World Cup team. They also have been together in LAN in Korea during the Flash Ops Holiday Showdown. That experience definitely seems like it's growing on them. The team cohesion, the decision making that this team is making, definitely on another level right now.
I'll change up once again here for the side of Varrel. I thought maybe we would see the Sigma come through on defense, but it's going to be KSG back over onto the Orisa. But now bringing out that Zenyatta, I mean, if he's going to be nailing his shots, which kind of trust him to do, again, we saw what he was doing on that Alari, then everything should be well and good, but he's also a very vulnerable target, so does have to be careful about his positioning here to not get caught.
Especially since Pandia is going with the Symmetra. This is kind of like, this runs like your Ryan Rush composition where everyone just rushes in with a DP, maybe, or you fake DP in, so that's going to be advantage, psychological advantage for the side of Pandia, not if Dox is going to die that early though.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to get on top of him. That's exactly what they need to do, try to take down that Zenyatta before he has any kind of protection, but KSG just comes swooping in, Javelin is spinning, and he's able to go ahead and keep the peel off, keep those projectiles from connecting onto his support. Really good protection shown here from Varrel as everybody now corralled in to this firehouse. Doc's going to be swapping over onto the Orisa as well as teleporter set up to try to get him escorted forward. They can't destroy it fast enough. Will be rejoined in here with the rest of the team. Dynamite going to be taken away though, as Nico going to be trying to build up towards that first Bob.
Cloud taking a second angle, so this is going to be...
Oh, this time I think he's certainly overstepped. Immortality Field is going to get knocked out of it and ends up getting taken down. So now operating without the Zenyatta. Varrel is going to be able to persevere here once again. Amp Matrix could be used here on the high ground from Navis, and looks like that's going to be the exact play. As everybody now going to be scattered into the wind. KSG trying to push back forward. Dogs working his way around the backside here of the point, looking for a target, but so far nothing really being spotted.
Yeah,
He needs to rejoin back in. He needs to try to get connected with the rest of the squad, who are all just chasing KSG away from the point at the moment. And now they can work their way forward and actually start getting some percentage caps.
Yep, despite Cloud falling down really early, this is actually a lot of time delayed from the side of Pandia. Now Nevis taking down means that this is a pretty even fight, and with Bob, Varrel is going Overwatch 2 mode where they have 6 players, including the Bob, just shooting at the side of Pandia.
I think the Bob went pretty deep though. I think it ended up in the Firehouse. It didn't have great sight lines, but they're still managing to make this retake happen. One tick picked up here for the side of Pandia, but Nico with some great shots coming through there. That pulse bomb in as well. They're able to go ahead and restabilize, regain control of this point. They didn't even have to use any of the support ultimates, nor this Orisa one as well. So still have the Terror Surge in their back pocket.
Farah in my screen set. This is
it's interesting, but I mean, Kyuki knows that he's basically got decently free reign. If he just gets that Orb of Harmony here from Cloud, he's going to be in a good spot because it's really only Zessen who's going to be able to try to snipe him out.
Yep, maybe Nevis, but it's not. He's gonna be probably too busy healing his own team because this is a lot of damage output expected from the side of Varrel. And now look at this. Oh,
Terra Surge ends up dropping low. Good javelin though, gets a ton of damage there on the Nico, but cannot confirm the kill. And Matrix still gonna continue to force them back. Fishing on the flank to get a little bit there, but Kyuki finding his mark. Zessen does fall. 37 HP and a dream, but with the Discord Orb on especially, it just turns into a nightmare very quickly. So Dog's gonna die. A minute remaining now, just that one tick so far. As Sanyo trying to get some kind of damage woven through here with those sticky bombs, but just has to pull back away.
yeah, so the idea about... Oh, so Pandia is just going to full anti-air composition with the D.Va and the Echo here. But then, even so, it's going to be really hard to go through the defenses of Varrel, especially because they have... Nico's Ash is going to be shooting, targeting mainly the Echo. And, well, Kuki is down, so this is an opportunity for the side of Pandia, but still.
Off to a good start. Terra Surge coming through, but KSG maybe overcooking that one a little bit. Ends up getting taken down very quickly. Low HP bar when he tries to invest that ultimate. Kuki swapping back over onto the Tracer. I don't think they're going to be able to get any kind of touch here, so we'll just have to concede the cap over to Pandia. So still alive and in this one. 2 minutes and 40 seconds in the time bank here for them.
Oh, Kuki had a little bit too much fun and is back to Tracer jail. KSG on the Ramatra as well, so definitely I would expect some sort of Lucio swap later on if after one of them, I believe it's probably going to be Cloud or probably Mint rather after they use their ultimate, but the focus of Varrel is that they want to close the distance now, and Pandia just wants to be the poke now.
Very forward committed position here as that beam is going to be coming across Mortality Field to try to keep KSG alive, but is the healing throughput going to be enough for him to survive? Looks like the answer is going to be no. Everybody just piling in around him. Go ahead and find the takedown there onto the enemy tank, but oh man, a wrist snapper there from Kyuki, just dashing around, forcing Zessen to look every which way. Can't track him down. Cleanup continues, so Cart not going to be able to advance despite being able to get that Ramatra out of the fray nice and early.
Oh, Cloud being bloodthirsty right now.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud is just collecting at the moment. Put himself, I think, at the forefront of the player of the match listings at the moment.
Yep, and now the focus is going to be, question is going to be on whether Pandia can actually make the initiative happen with the duplicate, but then it's not going to be easy because Varrel has both support ultimates. If this is going to be the Varrel that I expect him to be, they are actually going to be the one who's going to press the trigger first. But okay, there is that duplicate. I was about to say that they were about to initiate with the amplification matrix, which comes on after, but Cloud, hello.
I just running back over to point A. That one's already capped, my friend. Ends up falling. They get the break there onto the dupe, so can't try to build up that annihilation.
I have no idea why Cloud would want to have been there, but this is gonna maybe cost Varrel high ground. This is gonna be the refill. Oh wait, takes down Nico, so this is actually gonna be a lot more progress towards the cart now.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure where Nico thought he was. Maybe he got pushed or dragged in by something. I don't know. Maybe Mimosa tried to set up for something. Either way, got caught by that self-destruct, so in with a chance. 30 seconds remaining as they continue to work their way through the underpass. Get that bump up, you know, finishing the map with any kind of time.
Best case scenario
probably
is
a draw.
yeah. And also, like for this situation specifically, the best case scenario is that Pandia makes a pick with the amplification matrix, which didn't happen. Varrel is probably going to use the Bob to contest the point and then use the Annihilation. They will have enough time to get up on that Annihilation there. Kuki finds nobody, but still bought enough time, but Cloud is in trouble.
Yeah, he is. Dox has been hounding him down this entire time, but he's also giving his entire HP bar just to try to get rid of that Zenyatta. See now, Mech going to be broken. Could be able to find that kill. Deadeye not catching much of anything there as the Annihilation now looking to force them back to slow field out. Dox and Sanyo all going to be falling to the wayside as that overtime will start bleeding here very quickly. Fists raised just for KSG to go ahead and ensure his survival. With those final kills, the team kill confirmed. That will be Varrel successfully defending in front of point B and now moving up 2-0 in the series.
Wow, this is bad news for Pandia for their hopes on securing top 4, because now they have to not only just reverse sweep, but they also have to expect Revati or Insomnia to have a bad map record, right?
Sure.
So they have to definitely, I don't think, I think this means that unless they can make a reverse sweep happen, they have to expect other fixtures go their way. So this is going to be a rough spot for Pandia, but still, it's better than losing 3-0. So
yeah, they need to try to turn things around for sure. Reverse sweep, I think, against any team, it's a tough ask. Against Varrel, it's a damn near impossible task for them. And that's rough, so we'll have to see what they can get done, though. Esperanza is going to be coming up, so we'll see if we have some more different composition. I mean, we just had Varrel crying out loud. Like, who knows what these guys are going to be playing. Varrel, they seem to be feeling it. They seem to be fairly comfortable. But first, we're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll get in the push. Alrighty, we are back, and already 2 maps are out of the way. Varrel off to a roaring start here, looking for yet another 3-0 victory over their opponents here in Pandia. And right now it's looking like they're going to get it.
Well, this is really bad for Pandia in a sense right now. Their chances of second place is now gone, even if they win 3-2 because of map differentials. It's going to be whether they can actually cling on to that 4th place spot.
Yeah, I mean, without being able to get any maps, I believe that any win at all for Revati later on in that final series basically just gives them that 4th place position. So this is dire straits at the moment here for the side of Pandia if they want to maintain their spot in the top 4. Esperanza could very well be the staging ground for a comeback, but given the cylinders that Varrel are firing on at the moment, it just doesn't seem likely. We're seeing a couple picks every now and then, but more often than not, there's an opening here for the side of Pandia. It looks like they should be able to capitalize, and then 2 people die. Cloud just goes in, kills a bunch of people. Okay, we're back in the spawn rooms, and now things are getting scattered. Our time bank is getting drained. We're almost getting full health, and it's just chaos.
Yeah, it's really interesting because remember, like you said, Cloud is doing a lot of the damage with the DPS. It almost seems as Varrel has 3 DPS players, and that kind of leads to Varrel to fielding very weird, I wouldn't say weird, but non-conventional compositions where you play the Sigma and then you also have the Lucio to kind of like play it like is it rush composition. Because you have the damage, you have the poke that is usually that you usually don't have if you field the Lucio, right?
Yeah.
And because you have the option in Cloud, I think Varrel definitely has more cards to play, and that means easier to win.
Yep. Well, I mean, we were talking about it, that double flex. Maybe that's where, if they play that, Mihawk's going to come through. Nah, I mean, right now, Ben and Cloud both been looking damn good when it comes down to the double flex, so no need. Mihawk can just sit back and offer up his musings from the bench here, point out a couple things that maybe they've done wrong. Say, like, maybe QE, maybe don't go for the Pharah, maybe don't overextend and die on that. But let's see what happens as we get into what could very well be the final map here of our opening series of the day, as we once again go to Esperanza.
All right, once again, once again, the point of interest is going to be what they're going to play. It looks like Pandia is going with your Matra composition and Varrel with your Orisa. So pretty much similar in what they want to do, but if it's going to be a mirror-ish, definitely I would give more points to Varrel at this point.
Yeah. I mean, okay, why Blitzessen's just dead. It was a nice dink there from Nico, but able to find the headshot to get the finishing blow. Nev is now going to be down low on HP, trying to stay alive as Magnate gets lobbed in. Sanyo falling. And it's just going to be a full backpedal here as, Nico is just filling his screen with Dox's hitbox, and because of that, he really can't miss a shot. We'll be able to find Mimosa on the exit as well, and that is a very one-sided opening volley here on Esperanza as the push is very much firmly in hands of Varrel.
Yeah, and in a push map, especially in Esperanza, as 9K said, the second fight was supposed to be the most important fight where you can get through that bridge because the defending team can have access to high ground. Because the first fight was so extended, they don't even need that end. Oh my god.
All right, yeah, just fanning the hammer, slides back, finds Sanyo, finds Dox. That's 3. I'm keeping count here for Nico in the fight. Can he get himself an ace? Looks unlikely, as Davis and Mimosa are both very low. And there you go, Cloud will be able to claim 1. And then gets the other. So 3 kills, a checkpoint going to be obtained, and QQ will have a nice and fast run back here. Nico's basically doing like Deke peaks. If you know what I'm referring to there. Just on the corner, just boom, sending out those shots. Absolutely gorgeous cast play from him right now.
Oh, this is going to be really, really rough for the side of Pandia right now because look at just the ults. The neutrals was so one-sided, and then now you even have a disadvantage in the ultimates.
It looked like, okay, maybe they've got an angle here. KSG down low, Sanyo building up that energy, turning on the microwave, but Zayson and him just get absolutely annihilated. The high ground, hey, you got it, Pandia. The bot, it's moving away from you, though. Gotta get back over into some position where you have some kind of line of sight, since it's gonna be rotate back through their default approach, get joined in with the rest of the team, and hopefully they don't get picked off in the meantime, because Zayson already tagged down here, nearly eliminated. Matrix in the back pocket right now here of Cloud. It's a Deadeye blank from Nico finds 3. Oh, there is absolutely zero. There's not an ounce of mercy being shown.
Well, Nico had fun. It must have been fun doing that. Like,
Okay, I misspeak. There is mercy being shown. It's merciful that they're making it fast.
yeah, I mean, yes, I was about to say that. It was less than 3 minutes, and this...
Okay.
Of course, there have been some maps in Push where the break was longer than the map, but this is like half the break in a map. And, okay, so Varrel is also showing me mercy by getting me more time to rest.
Yeah, very true. I mean, this is just, I think, way more of a one-sided affair than even I could have anticipated. Like, we knew that Varrel was just so far, like, well and above the rest of the teams, but I thought Pandia was going to be able to come out here and, you know, maybe get to the end of a map, have it, you know, go into, like, an extra innings, play for a draw, that kind of thing. This has just not been that at all. This has just been such a one-sided affair. Not even 3.5 minutes gone here. The bot finally going to be shifted back for a brief little moment as Mintus goes diving past 4 or 5 people, completely unpunished. Javelin through. Immortality Field forced out to keep Assassin alive as he tries to look for some kind of value here with the overclock. But widely, Varrel just going to be backpedaling, staying away from it. Breaking that line of sight, waiting for the ult to expire. Now Doc's overextending on the overrun, ends up getting taken down. TP across the opposite side. Now the DPS is split away from the supports, and that means the KSG is just going to be holding down M1, trying to outbeat the microwave, and well, they will be able to trade things out. Team kill actually going to be coming through here as Pandia finally have been able to find some semblance of footing.
Well, yes, but the thing is that they still have 0 mileage on the push right now. I don't know. Maybe they will have a few, I guess, 10 or 20 meters, and then it's going to be the fight once again. Pandia, interesting to see them on the Malga composition. I can't even say if this is a Malga composition or just a broken composition with the Malga on top of it, but still, it doesn't look like it will have a lot of synergy or value in a sense right now. Varrel also ahead in the ultimate, so I think this is going to be Varrel's fight, especially that they have positional advantage on the high ground over there.
I mean, they have so many ultimates to try to work with here. And no more Immortality Field on the opposite side there as they had swapped things off. Parasurge to soften them up. Investment there on the Amp Matrix to go ahead and seal the deal. 2 kills found, looking for a little bit more as the Javelin goes in. Nico's able to line up the headshot. Once again, the bot being ushered forward to give those forward spawns over to Varrel here. As now half the time bank gone. They're going to look to go ahead and finish the job.
All right, so this match is contesting with the length of the break that we had so far. Now that it's like more than 5 minutes has passed, but it looks like Varrel is definitely going to look for the full push. Nico, maybe I'm expecting, if it's the Nico that I know, maybe looking for another flank Deadeye.
Well, there's the TP forward again. Mag grenade instantly thrown out, softened up by the fan the hammer. Moza ends up getting taken down. Deadeye full charge here on the docks. Nothing else to be done. Nico continuing to absolutely dominate and collect these kills. As maybe he heard what I said. Maybe he heard that, you know, Q-Loud was out in front for that player of the match. Maybe he wants it. He's making a very solid argument for it. As Vitality Field going to be taken out. Cloud will fall. Now, Barrier not committed at all there from the side of Vince. As Javelin again getting the connection, just existing low on HP, but Vince now gone. Looks like, you know, completion of the map not going to be found, at least not yet. KSG playing forward, eventually will get taken down. Bot again going to start moving back, but this is going to be forward spawns again here for the side of Varrel, so can intercept this very quickly as Nico's out in his lonesome.
Nico's trying to do some shenanigans, but doesn't end up doing it.
He should, yeah, he'll still have a forward spawn, so he can get back in with the rest of the team. A little bit disjointed now.
Yep, but now finally for the first time, I think in this map, Pandia has ultimate economy advantage here. They can start up with maybe the overclock, or if they close down the distance well enough, they can start with the cage actually. And if things get dicey, we'll probably treat out sound barriers. And Pandia, hopefully, in their favor, if they want things in their favor, they probably would start up with the ultimate advantage that they have. But just Varrel killing people left and right with the neutral, they're not even using their ultimates here.
Yeah, I mean, they don't need to. Docs just went ahead and basically isolated himself with that overrun, diving in way too deep, doesn't have anybody else alongside of him. You don't have any, you know, DPS other than really Sanyo that can kind of try to accompany you on these overruns, but even then, it's still just proven to be incredibly dangerous and difficult even for a Tracer. So So even if he does go forward, takes a chunk of damage, has to recall out. Docs again, they're all on his lonesome. Overclock from Zessen, ready to go. Simply going to need to try to find some value, as that's going to be taken down nice and early. Good opening pick to be found here. As healing throughput on the KSG going to be that much less. Zessen collecting himself a second elimination. Good disruptor shot as he chases forward. Does take a decent bit of damage there. Mortality field coming in. Kyuki going to be able to find one. Doc's going to be taken out by Nico, who's continuing to hold the staircase. So it looks like they will just go ahead, turn away, say, you know what? We'll let you go. We'll let you survive.
Well, the thing is, it was a good fight for the side of Pandia, but the previous fight where Varrel won over Pandia without any ultimates had to hurt a lot, because Pandia, yes, this was their window of opportunity where they had advantage in the ult economy, but it was a win in their territory. So they don't have any push progress after that.
Okay, well, Cage Fight was able to get the collection there onto a couple of members. KSG now just going to be in a bad spot, has to just go ahead and die, but I mean, ultimately, this isn't meaning much here for Varrel's, or for Pandia's chances, I guess I should say. Varrel's still in such a commanding position by 126 meters with just a minute and 24 left to go.
Yep.
It would be the most miraculous of pushes that we've seen.
And now that Pandia is actually in Varrel territory, now Varrel is the one that has the ult advantage. So that's why Pandia probably would have wanted to win that previous, 2 fights ago where they were in Varrel territory and they had the ult advantage. But it's going to be really rough here.
Yeah, eating these rail shots as there's the push forward. Terra Surge, scooping him up. Elimination, it's not going to be found quite just yet. As Mimosa down to a sliver of HP, will eventually get caught. Not able to find that kill here on the back end. Nowhere else to escape to. Team kill. Applied the graphics, probably like the 17th time this map. They reminded themselves another one, and once again, just going to be moving the bot forward. Don't even realistically need to touch the bot at this point. They could just leave it, make it that much more difficult for Pandia to get back over towards it to contest it. But Varrel is, they're Varrel. They're feeling confident. Kyuki now on a lurk, doesn't even have a pulse bomb, but it's just ready to go for a backstab here. Zessen with another overclock, maybe can find a decent amount of impact, but putting fight here between the Tracers. A little bit of peel there from Mimosa.
Yep, definitely Zessen with that. Either the railgun or the overclock needs to find something, at least 2 picks, if they want to even start an overtime run here. Looks like it's not. Well, Zessen's still holding on to that.
Holding it, Sonya nearly with the pulse bomb. Gets taken low, overtime now, started up, Dogs down. Hovering here on HP as that Kitsune Rush will come through. Overclock still being held. Acknowledging it, knowing that they need to try to stagger these ultimates out as much as humanly possible for their team if they want to get any kind of push going. So good shot to try to lock people in place. Sonya with a nice opening pick. Mint going to be taken down. Extra pulse bomb in though, and a nice Suzu comes through. Navis able to cleanse that one off, so kill not found for Kyuki.
So this
Surge in, KSG. It's going to be met with a headshot there as the overclock does get used, and they didn't touch the bot in time. Oh dear. Well, you know, it doesn't matter. Ultimately, I think that there is about maybe a 2% chance that had they gotten to the bot in time, they would have been able to push that all the way to the end and taken the map.
You're being generous.
Yeah, probably. But that's just the chaos that Varrel was causing, the disruption, the confusion. They weren't realizing that nobody was there to really get that contest going through. So, unfortunate there for the side of Pandia. Now, their 4th place fate very much out of their hands, but Varrel, I mean, they have been locked into first for a while already, but they are now super locked into first. This entire stretch, this entire round robin, have only dropped a single map.
Yep, that's really impressive, and they probably want that one back as well, right? Because it was definitely a 3-0-able match, if I remember correctly. And now for Pandia, they have to pray that both Insomnia and Revati lose today, because they do both have matches today.
Right.
And the reason why top 4 is so important is that top 4 is guaranteed playoffs. And 5th to 8th, of course, Nyam Gaming makes their exit to their tournament this season.
Yeah.
But 5th and 8th, they have to go into play-ins, and there's no guarantee that all, of course, only 2 of these 4 teams that go into play-ins can go into the playoffs.
Yeah, so you want to be able to have that break, just get a little bit more scrim time and whatnot, and you have those preparations to get ready for the playoffs, not have to go through that play-in tournament. I mean, we have seen teams that when they, the more games they play, the better they do become. That is certainly a thing. We have seen those lower bracket runs in the past. So maybe that can kind of be a thing if they do end up missing out on it, but you don't even want to have that worry.
Yeah.
You want to be able to just be sitting pretty nice and secure in the playoffs. But yeah, I don't think there's much more else to be said about this this game, but let's go ahead and see who our player of the match is, because I think that this could go a million different ways, realistically, for Varrel. But you and I pretty much aligned going out of our second map into the third. Cloud, across the board, a couple of interesting moments, but
Yeah.
for the most part, heavy impact. Out the gate, the Alari, it was looking damn clean. It's getting huge captive sun value here for the squad. Shifts over to the Baptiste, and just, the Zenyatta, etc. Whatever he was playing, it all just ended up looking so good.
Yeah, you'll probably want the Zenyatta back, because in Midtown he had a very, I guess, fun Transcendence on point A there.
Yeah.
But overall, he was really good in all the characters, heroes that he played. But I guess pretty much the Illari was the paramount of his performance today. I would definitely love to see that more in the playoffs. Yeah, just good performance overall from the side of Cloud.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see the fact that, Kyuki is the highest voted player, and he's only got 3 votes here, which is 1 behind first place, to be fair. But KSG, Cloud down here, tied in this big 7th place. It just goes to show you that pretty much every time Varrel gets on stage, every time they play a series, it's somebody else who's in the spotlight, because every single player on this team is absolutely stacked.
Yeah, probably Nico would be very upset today that he didn't have the player of the match today, especially after that Esperanza.
Sorry, Nico. If you did things like that in the first 2 maps, you probably would have gotten player of the match, because that was some really good Cowboy play coming through there from him. But, it be what it do. Congratulations to Varrel. Doing the inverse Niam Gaming with plus 23, I believe, on their map score. It's just absolutely dominant from them. But, of course, we're just getting started. A very fast little hors d'oeuvre of a series as we now dive into the meat of things, because coming up next, we've got Namekuji brothers, and they're going to be squaring off against Insomnia. This is going to be a challenge no matter what here for the side of Namekuji, but Insomnia have looked good. They are that one team that took that singular map away from Varrel, so they are certainly a team to beat. We'll see if Namekuji is going to be up to the task when we come back to the break. Alrighty, we are back, and it's the moment you've all been waiting for. Namekuji brothers are taking to the metaphorical stage as they get ready to go up against Insomnia. And, you know, in most cases for Namekuji brothers, this is going to be a tough battle for them. Insomnia looking like maybe the second best team that we have here in the region. They have been looking incredible. The only team to be able to take a map off of Sixplo, and now are looking to punch their way up into that second place position for realsies this time. So if they can just get through Namekuji in any kind of clean fashion, then they will be able to do just that.
Yeah, and also Insomnia had some good news earlier on today because as Varrel beat Pandia, they're actually locked in top 4. So even though, however unlikely it is, even if they do lose 0-3 to Namekuji brothers, Wolf will be happy with that. But they still are guaranteed 4th place, so they are locked into playoffs. They will be having that confidence into today's match. It's gonna be fun. My question is that will they have fun, or are they gonna actually be very try hard?
I think you still want to put up a strong performance, strike some fear into the hearts of your opponents. So, you know, maybe some mild trolling with hero picks, perhaps. But for the most part, I think that Insomnia are going to be coming out here. They know that they can slingshot themselves up there into that second place spot. Just come away with a couple nice little wins. Don't give up any maps over to the side of Namekuji. You're going to be sitting pretty there in second. So I think that they're going to be looking to do that. But we'll have to just wait and see if they do have anything surprising for us. Same could be said for Namekuji as we take a look here at the starting roster. It's not going to be Manheta. It has been, you know, it went from always Basa, then Manheta is in, and he brings a little bit more flexibility to the team. Then now we're just back to Basa.
The Life Weaver.
Yeah. Back to the... they were both playing Lifeweaver. The thing was, Manheta could play Lifeweaver and other things. And that's when, you know, we saw Namekuji be able to get that first victory over Niam was when Manheta came in and he was looking good. They have gotten that second win in their last series that they played. They were able to take down Hayabusa. But this is a completely different ballgame here for them. Any other matchup that was remotely challenging, it has just been, unfortunately, a slaughter for Namekuji. They haven't been able to find any map wins aside from those 2 victories that they got, which, yes, they were clean, but, you know, not being able to get a map off of a team like Revati, a team like Arise Project, not going to be the best here for you, but we'll see if maybe they can shock us here today. On the opposite side, though, it is Insomnia. This team, stacked top to bottom, Undersea in particular, especially if Echo is going to be kind of slinking his way back into the meta. He looks so damn good on that.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because remember, this patch is a reverted patch, so we're not going to see as much as Malga as we've been previously seeing in the last week. That means we might see the Doomfist Dive come back, and that has the Echo and the Tracer as well. So if we see an Undersea Echo, this is going to be really hard for the side of Namekuji brothers, unless, of course, if Nozzle can snipe Echo out of the ground with a hook or something like that.
Well, we'll have to see if that is going to be the case. Just taking a look at it, Namekuji looking like we're going to have Lijiang Tower into King's Row, so back to some more familiar territory, much of what we have been seeing throughout the previous, you know, days here in Japan as well as in Korea. Then Coliseum, Namekuji have been kind of favoring that one. But I'm also curious. Okay, so let's just paint the picture. No matter what the scoreline is, we go into Coliseum. Namekuji, they're still running the Roadhog. Does Insomnia opt into the honorable duel and also play the Hog?
Look, the thing that I was saying about Insomnia was that, are they, now that they practically don't have anything to play for, will they match the Hog composition starting from Lijiang Tower? That's the real question.
If they do it from the outset, I think that we're cooking a little bit too much, but you never know. They might just opt to go for it. I mean, we saw, it was what, Sixplo did it first, then I believe Pandia just saying, okay, you know what, we will just throw down and show that we can pilot your composition a bit better. We'll have to just wait and see if they do decide to do that off the rip. But Lijiang Tower will be coming through to go ahead and kick things off here in the series. Let's see what the side of Insomnia does have prepared. I mean, Leonoptrix, he's shown us a multitude of different heroes in that tank role, so I'm curious what he's going to be bringing out. His Junker Queen was looking damn strong earlier on in the tournament, so curious what we have here. But for Namekuji, I think our expectations should just about be rewarded. But let's find out as we go ahead and jump into map number 1.
All right, it's gonna be Gardens. So, Echo is also playable. And if we put on our serious face for the side of Insomnia, Doofus Dive definitely viable. Maybe even the Junker Queen if Leonoptrix wants. Well,
No.
well, the Orisa is also doable, but we definitely see the Undersea Echo that makes sense.
I'm not looking at this Orisa, I'm looking at the other one right now.
Oh, that's true. I'm disappointed now. They want to win now. Namekuji wants to win.
Surely not. Wait, couple swats.
Oh, there we go.
That's my boy! All right, Nozzle out the gate. It's Nozzle time! As, of course, CC2 is going to be playing the Hanzo as well.
And Bossa on the Life Weaver. This is good to see. I'm healing.
Oh, pressure on the Nozzle, though. There's that life grip. Clutch. What a hero.
Oh,
Hook going a little bit wide, but that's okay.
very rare. A hook miss from the side of Nozzle. This is
All about the second one. See if he can line it up. Trap down here on the corner. Does have Leonoptrix. Spear going to get spun. Damage mitigated. First cap going to be coming through here for the side of Insomnia. Now in control is Undersea going on a bit of a flyabout around the backhand side. Beam comes across. Jisoo will fall as Blink goes diving in as well. CT2 able to trade one back before getting picked off here. Namekuji in the meantime, the rest of the squad, Bossa and Nozzle occupying the point, do get this flip in towards their favor, so do acquire a bit of percentage as last second touch coming in as Bambi tries to dive forward, but will pay for that one with his life. So lead not quite going to be found there as yet another life grip taking him out to safety.
Yeah, the thing about Namekuji Brothers' composition right now is that Insomnia just has a better composition in all the ways you can imagine, but the one way that Namekuji Brothers can actually start winning is that, number one, Nozzle hooks someone off the map, or CC2 just has a headshot pick onto Insomnia, and they can start using that numbers advantage to get to the point, and there's that tree, but actually Namekuji Brothers fall first.
Kind of baiting him forward. Tree not on top of Nozzle. He ends up getting to take it down. Cleanup is going to be good as Undersea is able to find 2 here in the fight. And Tree won't last too long. Fortunately, Insomnia good at deforestation.
Well, Insomnia have 4 ultimates on the board. They have control and they can limit entry on the bridge side. So probably best course of action for Namekuji Brothers is go through the white room, as we say, on the right side flank over there. But it looks like Namekuji Brothers, Nozzle wants to hook someone off the bridge.
Forward coming through, gets in a rush there on the back end from Karu. Now duped in. Bambi does get the copy here onto the Orisa, but Leonoptrix already taking Nozzle out there with the Javelin. Gets a follow-up on the CC2, so this dupe not going to be holding much water here for the side of Namekuji as Bambi takes back to the skies to try to make his exit. Javelin not connecting on the Jisoo means that he does manage to stay alive. 88% now here for Insomnia. It's final fight, and they still have 4 ults to pull from. Rail shot, Bambi down to half, CC2 as well getting tagged up on the approach. And that's just going to be the headshot, the deal with the Hanzo, the overclock pop to get rid of Bossa. Nozzle trying to make his way over. I mean, Bambi just kind of falling in front of Daisy's crosshair there. As he is hungry for this kill before the round will end, but he will not be able to find it. 109%. That's going to be Insomnia taking the opening sub-map.
Well, that's practice for Namekuji Brothers. They just warmed up, so, and also...
That's true.
Arguably, Gardens was the worst map for playing the Hog. They had, once they lost control of the point, they just didn't have any way to enter the point. Like, they couldn't cross the bridge. They couldn't even go through the white room. So this was a really bad map for the side of Namekuji Brothers, especially if you're running this specific composition. Hey, 35%.
Oh, God.
Fans love Namekuji Brothers.
Oh my God, like that's like borderline disrespectful to Insomnia, but I completely respect it because they're just a fan favorite. It doesn't matter what the record is. Namekuji Bros
Is loved.
I will be there no matter what. And let's see if they can get it done here on Night Market. I think Control Center would have been where they would have preferred to have gotten the random roll to.
Yep. Once again,
it is a change up though. Jisoo coming out here with the Alari.
I think it's kind of in line with Namekuji's brother's win condition is that CC2 has to make a pick, and Jisoo putting on that poke damage, extra poke damage, can actually help that happen. Also, Nozzle still has plenty of room to hook people off the map. So those are the two.
Oh, baby, though.
Yeah, those are the two win conditions that Namekuji brothers need to win, but people falling early it's not a good sign.
That? They were about to die, and Basa put down the leaf. They got picked anyway, though. But it was a nice little temporary escape. Nearly got the flip there. Looking for that back cap, but Jisoo eventually is going to end up getting taken down. 30% getting ready to come through here. Insomnia very firmly in control.
Yep, once again, Insomnia winning few neutral fights in a row will be able to have those ultimate advantages, and being like this night market also having very few choke points, Insomnia will be on key choke points ready to use those ultimates. It's going to be really hard for Namekuji brothers to try to access, even to touch the point.
TP force out, beam in from Undersea, we'll just outduel Bambi there. Nozzle now getting the focus fire in, and I mean, yeah, it's just a whale of a time. It's the day of the shooting gallery here for Undersea. Just continuing to look absolutely excellent on this Echo. Bambi now going to be swapping over, goes for that Tracer. Going to have some high impact very quickly. Whole Hog about to be online for Nozzle. Got the Tree of Life as well.
The last time.
Oh, hook in. There's the assassination. Daisy gone. And that's what it's all about, baby. Namekuji brothers out here on the board. Whole Hog to try to escort them forward, but he's sitting around holding them at bay here for the time being. Decent backline pressure applied by Bambi. Threatening that back cap.
There's
the tree is going to be coming through now. Hook going to be going a little bit wide. Can't find it. Space occupied. Namekuji nearly with a flip here into their favor. Jisoo looking for the snipe, trying to set up something there with that captive sun, but CC2 is going to be one getting taken down. Daisy sliding back over into the point now. Running in with the rest of the squad, trying to stay safe. Nozzle in on top of him, trying to find that pick with a flip. Still not through. The overtime starting to bleed away. Somebody's going to get the touch. There it is. Oh, quick little pull over to the side, but just not enough distance created as Nozzle will get taken down. Bambi, maybe if you get that pulse ball online, can try to find an opener. Has it now, does get the stick, but cannot get the kill. I believe Karu will be able to find that nice little Suzu on the back end, denying the elimination away. And Insomnia will take Lijiang Tower in 2-0 fashion.
Well, practice map, I guess, this time, instead of a practice round. But
it's getting warmed up.
Yep. But getting a little bit serious, Insomnia definitely are putting their serious pants on. They played what they need to do, they played it the right way against this hot composition. They had early control of the point. They snowballed into a ultimate advantage, and then once again, because this, of course, yes, they did play some of the more mobile DPS players. This composition in itself is very immobile, and so that's how they kind of use the choke points to threaten the entirety of Namekuji brothers away from the objective, and it worked out really well.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to be said. You know, you've got just a damn good team in Insomnia, and Namekuji brothers, I mean, they don't really care to be to be more flexible. You know, they enjoy playing what they've enjoyed playing. They qualified into this tournament by playing this, and I respect the ever-living hell out of you boys for just continuing to run it no matter what.
It's about the friends you make in the way.
It's just, you know, it's been a fun road the whole way through. And who knows, maybe they could surprise us when it comes down to that last chance qualifier. Because they're locked into that. You know, we know that they're going to be in the LC Cube. There's always an opportunity for them to try to surprise. Maybe that's the strategy. It's just lock in the LC Cube, get those 2 wins, only showing this, saying like, okay, we're good enough at this composition to be able to beat some of the other teams. Do that, and then when they go into LCQ, show that they're actually so good at something else, and they catch everybody off guard.
Nozzle was really good at the Doofist. When they had those 2 match wins, they actually played a lot of the Doofist.
They did. So who knows? Maybe they're sandbagging on purpose. I'm going to bring back the old NYXL meta. Yeah, I know. Were you with the team at that time? That was season 1.
Okay, I was with the NYXL that had more losses.
Okay, there you go.
All right.
But yeah, good old NYXL sandbagging. Perhaps that's Namekuji's strategy for the LCQ. But enough about our musings and our just projections. We'll get ready to go into our second map here because we do have Kings Row coming up now.
Well, how do you play Hog in Kings Row? But Nozzle makes it happen, so I wouldn't be as I guess, inquisitive about what Namekuji Brothers is going to run here. My real question is going to be what Insomnia is going to play. They've been showing really good prowess in the Orisa composition. Well, I don't know. I would expect a Doomfist, to be honest. I'm really surprised at how much Doomfist isn't being featured. Like, because we are going back to the previous patch, effectively. Sure. I would expect to see a little bit of the Doomfist or even the Zarya composition with the Cassidy. We haven't seen any of that. So maybe this is something that we're going to see in Kings Row, but well, we'll see.
I'll have to just wait and see what we do get. Perhaps some Sigma there on the defense as well. Something that we see teams regularly try to cycle through. We'll find out as we jump into Kings Row here for map number 2, see whether or not Namekuji Bros can try to equal up the scoreline. This is the pick here for the side of Insomnia. I mean, Namekuji, when they've had their pick of hybrid, we've seen them lean over towards Blizzard World. It hasn't necessarily meant much, but that is where they've been feeling the most comfortable and where they've looked to go. This is going to be them pulled away from that.
Yeah, I also think that Namekuji Brothers has a lot of fond memories in Blizzard World, but Kings Row, this is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is Insomnia's pick.
Yep.
And, we have a Mercy.
Oh, at least, is that for just like an energized arrow at the start for CC2? Looks like the answer is going to be no. Basa might be sticking with it, and this is going to be our first actual Mercy pick. Across pretty much any region.
Yeah, I do have, like, I guess, very short memories of Mercy being played, like, to power up the Widowmaker or something like that, but it's working out.
Yeah, we see it every now and then for that opening shot, but it hasn't been anything where you stick on it. So Basa going to be bringing this one out. Certainly a surprise. Good opening pick was found by Bambi onto Undersea, taking down that Genji. First tick, getting ready to come through. So Storm Arrow's just being spammed into that hallway. Easy targets, easy ult charge build up there for the side of CC2 as sticky bombs going down. Second tick, getting ready to come in now, halfway there. Namekuji is good damage across Karu, almost eliminated, does manage to stay alive for a little bit longer here. The Noctrix now going to be operating on that low ground, looking to keep things contested.
Well, I think I'm really impressed with Namekuji Brothers so far. They had good progress, of course. Insomnia was taking the high ground. By taking a tick and also applying enough pressure, they just forced Insomnia off the high ground, and this is actually might be really big.
Okay, big from CC2, finding Blink. Second strike across. Anything going to be spotted here with that Sonic Arrow, but second tick now coming in.
I think this is going to be the cap.
We'll have to see. Recontest can come in. That Nano is available Undersea. Almost having the blade ready to go. 7% now left. As that deflection will give it to him. See if he needs to commit and do it. For now, they're just going to be waiting. They've already forced Namekuji back away from their own amp matrix, so that's already going to be a decent win here for the side of Insomnia.
That was a huge kill from Undersea there, because if CC2 didn't fall there, it would have probably been enough for Namekuji Brothers to kind of force out Insomnia off the point and just complete that cap.
Okay, well, Undersea going to be dead. That blade not going to be coming into the fray quite just yet, as we've seen Nano invested. Karu popping the Transcendence as well, just trying to ensure that he does stay alive. Bambi going to be forced out of the dupe. The beam comes across. Daisy going to be taken down. The overclock not really finding too much of anything there, as Leonoptrix now stuck inside of that statue. Desperately trying to keep him alive, and somehow they've actually managed to do it. A sliver of HP here for him, but point now going to be cleared out. The touch, getting ready to come back in. Undersea rejoining. That's going to be the Terra Surge coming across. Softens up the HP bars, but they get themselves off the point, so the cap is going to be in. Blade can get some cleanup here on the back end, but eventually Insomnia are going to have to try to dip out of this position because now they're very much overextended.
Yep, and of course also the spawns are much in favor of Namekuji Brothers, especially after that point taken by the side of Namekuji. So, in the end, Insomnia, they used a lot of the ultimates that they had in store, and they weren't able to stop that cap. And what's really, I guess, good news for the side of Namekuji Brothers is that their win conditions are actually being executed right now. Remember, even in the previous map, we were talking about how CC2 on that Hanzo pick needed to make those picks happen, and Jisoo being on the Iliari, now on the Baptiste, means that you wanted to provide extra damage for those picks to happen. CC2 is making those shots land. Definitely, this is being rewarded by CC2's picks.
Dragon Strike through looks like they get ahead of it though, so damage widely going to be avoided here by Insomnia. Namekuji trying to push this cart around the second to last corner. Hook going to be going wide, not quite able to lock down Undersea, but good damage goes across on the Leonoptrix, and once again that Transcendence is going to be forced out. Hayabusa as well. An Angel active. Now expiring as the Amp Matrix looks to try to escort them forward, but it's having Insomnia making a call. Maybe they can go for a multi-man split around on this high ground flank. Leonoptrix just going to be sat here as the Nano now comes in. Robin on that anti, does get a connection on the nozzle, but they have no interest in the Hog right now. They're just focused on anybody else. 3 kills found. Nice little javelin across. Leonoptrix will get taken out as the trap gets triggered. Nozzle finding that kill. The cart for now is going to be held at bay.
Alright, interesting to see Hayabusa going back to the Life Weaver. Maybe they understand that Undersea does have the blade right now. Of course, it's not going to be the Nano Blade. However, Hayabusa pulling a key, I guess, target teammate before the resets from Undersea happens is going to be the play here. Nozzle also with the Whole Hog. I don't think it does a lot in this composition, especially considering that Insomnia is playing the Orisa.
Where is Daisy? Okay, there we go. You got health finally. Just having the Mega Pack there inside of the shop.
It should, like, in theory, it should be an Insomnia win for this turn, but who knows?
Okay, pull in, deflection goes out. Leonoptrix bringing that line of sight of the blade goes into the back lines, and Jisoo going to be taken out first and foremost. Blade able to find that kill for the wall ride. Look at this, trying to hound down Hayabusa. Undersea seemingly happy enough with the damage that he's done and the pressure that he's exerted. Dashes through, gets the kill there on a CC2. The reset now, just looking to finish off that Life Weaver, and will be able to do so. Bambi at the same time dead off screen as, oh no, Nozzle as well, going to get picked for some added stagger. It's going to be 1 minute and 7 seconds now remaining.
This is going to be probably one last good fight, at least without any desperation touch attempts or something like, or the like. If you look at the ult charges here, Insomnia, unfortunately for Namekuji brothers, will be expected to win this fight. They have all the key ultimates. They're going to just even deny the touch, probably, if they can.
There's the overclock out. GC going to be taking down Whole Hog, rolling for Nozzle. As everybody else just having to play it back, disruptor shot, looking to flush him forward. CC2 just eating the damage to try to break that line of sight. Hayabusa now gone as Daisy is able to find a final pick. 30 seconds now remaining. Like you said, just trying to deny any kind of touch that could come through. Bambi being alive does make it possible.
CC2 down is going to be huge. It's going to be have to be Bambi to just make a touch. Oh, they're actually stealing the cart.
Do they notice? Has anybody noticed? They've noticed. Surely they've noticed. No one's noticed.
No.
They have no idea.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Namekuji.
No.
Bambi.
Oh my god, Seth.
Oh my god. Is he actually going to be able to pull this off? No one rotating. They are full focused out front. Bambi with a great bamboozle. Getting the back cap against Insomnia when they thought the round was over. Surprise!
Oh my goodness. Oh
the back cap of all back caps accomplished by the GOATs. Namekuji brothers. We're still in this.
Insomnia used all the ultimates in the world and they still didn't stop.
Unreal. Oh, they're so tunneled in. This is how I win. This is Namekuji. This is their moment. Just lull them into a false sense of security. Make them think that they've already won the game. Make them think that they can beat them down at every twist and turn.
Look, and Namekuji brothers done with sandbagging now. The Nozzle Doomfist.
Okay, he's on the Doomfist, ready to win. This is the turnaround. This is when Insomnia has gone too far. They've invaded too much. Blade coming out though. Jisoo gonna be taken down right off the rip, but Undersea in the Dragon Strike ends up falling. Nice little cheeky angle there from CC2. Storm Arrows on the follow-up is able to find Leonoptrix. It's gonna help them get their way over onto the cart here. As Karu just playing so far forward, basically saying, please kill me, I need to reset. And CC2 does happily oblige.
Yep. The problem for Namekuji brothers, though, is going to be that they only have 15 seconds left, and Insomnia, with the overclock ready for the side of Daisy, would want to just either kill everyone on the cart or just threaten everyone off the cart. But, well, Namekuji brothers, to be honest, this was just bonus mileage.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Undersea dead, so they might even be able to get even more. Daisy now going to be taken down. That's going to be the DPS duo eliminated here on Insomnia. Hayabusa both to be low, but that anti will expire. Jisoo trying to stay alive. The healing coming through, keeping him in this one. Leonoptrix now dead. Nozzle able to find that kill.
Remember, this is
Stormbearers at the
overtime.
ready, the flank push coming in.
this is gonna be
CC2
bad.
lining up the headshots, and Karu has been felled. Nice little post up here onto the high ground as Undersea receiving the nano. He's going to be trying to break through this one, but the Kizuna Rush is there on the opposite side, and CC2 is here to collect. He's
CC2
just
on
absolutely
God mode
crushing
now.
everybody. Dragon Strike now to clear the cart. Leon Optrix can get this one contested. The Transcendence comes through as well. It's going to be the Terra Surge and Javelin connection. CC2 ends up falling. Bambi with the Pulse Bomb trying to find an elimination, but there's no rest of Basa. He brings that Hanzo straight back into the mix. Nozzle cleans up too, and my God, they are actually going to make it to the end of the map. There's a couple more players to go ahead and clear out, but as Undersea will fall, that should just about do it. Daisy out of HP, out of time, as Namekuji get themselves to the end of the map.
Look, son, I don't know how this map or how this match is gonna go, but clearly this is one of the highlights, best highlights ever from OWCS so far.
It's so stupid. It's like in a brilliant way. Yeah, like come on, like this is the highlight. Is a back cap. It's insane. CC2 did have some really nice shots though.
Yeah.
But I just, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that this
Well,
is happening.
Namekuji brothers were, I didn't hear the Namekuji comps, but I can probably hear, I can imagine that they're saying, hey, you can win all you want. We're still gonna win. This is how we win.
Yeah. Oh no, stop. Oh no, you're killing us outside of our spawn. Don't look behind you. Don't pay attention that you haven't killed a Tracer in the last minute and a half. It's absolutely unreal. And who knows? Maybe, you know, given the push that just came through, maybe
They have a win condition.
The mental damage has been inflicted.
Exactly.
Insomnia, they're off kilter. They're not focused up. And this is how things fall apart.
All right. But even not just that, I think Namekuji brothers did really well, especially like you mentioned, CC2. They're finally executing their win conditions. CC2 making those 1 or 2 picks that they need for Nozzle just to be comfortable, I guess, tanking. Well, I mean, getting hit by 5 people and 3 people are different things, right? So definitely Namekuji brothers living up to their win conditions. This is what Namekuji needs to do if they want to win the series.
Alrighty, well, Daisy with some opening shots here on that Widow. Spotted, Hook going forward. Not able to fish him out of that theater, though.
All right, this is going to be... Oh, and Daisy taking down CC2 once again. Doing a lot of work for the side of Namekuji brothers. Insomnia, what they probably need to do is that they need to use the Bionade very efficiently. Of course, Jizu does have the Suzu, but after they have to first bait out the Suzu, and then they have to use the Bionade to just get out Nozzle away as quickly as possible.
Oh, a minute bought. Haven't really occupied the point at all. Sticky Bombs will just find a smattering of damage, not too much there. And Objects rotating up, just trying to dominate this high ground. Dropping down, Basa down to a sliver, trying to stay alive, and will be able to do so, but now look around in close quarters. That Terra Surge is available. There's the pop. Can they get away from it? The answer is going to be yes. They successfully elude it, but that nade gets locked in, finds 3. And the cleanup looks good. Also taking a breather, still trying to get the kill here on the Leon Optrix, but as he makes his way back out into the open, first tick already picked up. Bambi now dead as Undersea. Back over onto that Echo, finds some impact. That'll be the point getting capped here. So Insomnia building up a nice little time bank for themselves, 4:45. Let's see if Namekuji are going to be able to take some control away from them.
Well, CC2 taken down by Karo there. I was about to say that it isn't probably going to be a easy push for the side of Insomnia. They do have to invest ultimates if they want to go through this corner, but CC2 taking down alleviates a lot of pressure in favor of Insomnia. So they probably, it's going to snowball into, they go through the corner without ultimates, and they have all the ultimates in the world to make that final push. But of course, Namekuji brothers, if anything, their composition is full of variables, of making variables happen. So whether it's CC2, Nozzle, or maybe even Jisu in that front, there you go. There's the variable that we were talking about.
Not the one that you're looking for, though. The squishier target for sure as the Kitsune Rush widely is just going to be disengaged from a quick and easy drop down onto the low ground there for Insomnia. Transcendence is forced out, though. Not sure exactly what pulled that out of Karu, but now it's going to be the tree on the opposite side. big healing pulse invested. Tree very swiftly dealt with as now the Dragon Strike crashing across. Nano going to be sent out. Leonoptrix, the recipient of this, is the Javelin. Not going to be able to find the tag, but Haru again picks up a kill here on a CC2. Whole Hog push Leonoptrix back as Bambi with the dupe, about to build up towards the Terra Surge. Undersea with the dupe here onto the Roadhog, trying to find the kill. He's taking Nozzle quite low, but hasn't quite been able to confirm that one yet. Overclock now rolling, Basa containing the corner, Karu swinging around, is able to find that kill. Card continues to glide forward here from Insomnia, who are looking to get to the end with a very strong time bank.
Yeah, well, I guess lesson learned here is that you can't backcap a defense, so on the defense rather. So, and CC2 being bullied a little bit, I think Insomnia identified CC2 as the main threat of this team, using Karu and the rest of the DPS members on the side of Insomnia to take out CC2 early. Namekuji brothers, after losing CC2, doesn't have effective power to just withstand the aggression of Insomnia here.
All right, well, Nozzle, he's in game mode. He wants that win. He's back over onto the Doomfist. CC2 with some nice kills in the back end of that fight, maybe heating up a little bit more here. Back into the groove that we saw from him. As the Storm Arrows go a little bit wide there. Some healing, go right back up onto that high ground as Nozzle. He's trying to find a way to stop this cart, but for now it is just pushing forward completely unhindered, and Karu will find the opening kill. Bambi going to be taken down.
Karu finding a lot of early kills and before the fight even starts is a really important thing. Nozzle on his, I guess, serious stance now on the Doofus rather than the Roadhog is making some meaningful progress here. Leonoptrix very low. If Leonoptrix falls here, that's going to be a huge stagger for the side of Insomnia, and also a lot of stability for the side of Namekuji brothers. But I guess Leonoptrix is safe for the moment.
Goes into the back pedal, stay alive, and sticking bombs in, Undersea. Coming up with the kill with the help of that Nana. Basa going to be taken down. It looks like things starting to fall apart a bit here for the side of Namekuji as Nozzle's just been taking a nap in the meantime. Captive Sun going to be invested, but no one really there to try to play off of this one as, yeah, I mean, Discord Orb's on him, just no way to survive, so a push to the end. And with 3 minutes here, Insomnia just need to get a single tick on A to take this map for themselves.
Yeah, just looking at the defense from the side of Namekuji brothers, it doesn't look like they have an answer to, like, yes, Namekuji brothers, they had a really good attack on their own, but it seems like on the defense, especially on that specific composition, unless CC2, again, can make the heroics happen, it's going to be a little bit tad difficult for defending a full 3 minutes, because I think Insomnia, what they're going to do is that they're not going to rush this. They're going to probably do a few neutral fights. If they win the neutral fights, that's totally fine for them. They're not
sure.
But
then it's just over.
Yeah. Even if they don't, they probably have enough time for all the ultimates on the side of Insomnia to be online. If you look at the compositions here, definitely, even if it's a 5v5 ultimate fight, the value of the ultimates is massively in favor of Insomnia. So I think that's enough time for Insomnia. Things are looking good.
Yeah. Well, let's see how this one goes here for Namekuji on the defense. Nozzle right back over onto the Hog. And I will point out, a C9 can go both ways, to everybody who's debating that in the chat. When the winning team, if you simply ignore the objective when you are winning a fight, doesn't matter if you're on the defense or the attack, it's a C9.
Sure.
So, a back cap can be a C9.
Yep.
C9 can be a back cap. Ooh. Okay. Back-to-back headshots. CC2 is geared up.
Well, in a different world, that would have been 2 kills, but it's 2 shots on Leonoptrix.
Ooh, pulling him down here onto the low ground, but Nozzle, not sure if he really wanted to do that. Has to take a breather, and he's just sprinting away. And Namekuji will let him go, but Karu again just had CC2's number for this. The last 2/3 here of this map. Now ticking up on the point. It has to be played forward here from the side of Namekuji. They have to contest it. Get there.
Contest
the very last second. Bambi with an opening pick. Karu going to be taken down. Nozzle needs to continue to try to hold this space, but Basa, ooh, taking the leap up. Has that little healing beam coming through, but now beam of his own, Undersea, able to put down that Life Weaver, and with Nozzle falling, that'll just about do it. Yep, cleanup is going to be good. CC2 only able to find one of the rejoin, and with just about 2 minutes remaining, Insomnia will be able to close out King's Row after some shenanigans. and now have a 2-0 lead here in the series.
Look, I also read it in chat, but yes, Namekuji did lose Kings Row, but they won our hearts today.
They won our hearts a long time ago, I think. It didn't. I mean, maybe for people who are just tuning in, it's happening today. But for those of us who've been paying attention to Japan, to Namekuji, yeah, the Slug Bros, they have been in sole possession of my heart for quite some time. But unfortunately for them, not enough. Inspired some hope, inspired some confidence by getting to the end of Kings Row there, but Insomnia, they focused back up. They said, okay, time to get serious. Yeah,
and especially impressive performance from Karu there. Like you said, he has been, I think as a team, Insomnia did identify correctly that taking down CC2 first, like, just eliminates the entirety of Namekuji Brothers. I guess not entirely, but at least like half of Namekuji's Namekuji Brothers' win conditions, doing that very perfectly on the Zenyatta. I want to see his damage numbers, but I think it's really, really high, and his, like, every kill was a headshot for him, so probably those right-click volleys. Really impressive stuff from Karu. Again, Insomnia did really well. They understood Namekuji Brothers' win conditions. They denied that. Easy win.
Yep. Well, now out in the lead, Insomnia looking at closings out here with a strong 3-0. We'll see if Namekuji can rally back with their map pick of Coliseum, which is going to be coming up after a quick little break, so don't go anywhere, because clearly you don't want to miss it.
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Alrighty, we are back. It is now time to go into map number 3, Coliseum, which is Namekuji Bros' pick of push. Can they get the win? I want to just get one thing out of the way off the rip. That King's Row attack from Namekuji was the best Overwatch that we've seen globally this year.
Yes, I definitely agree.
Falcons versus FTG?
No.
Screw it.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah.
It's trash. That King's Row attack, that was cinema.
Yes.
That's what that was.
Yes. It
So
was.
That will
I agree.
Spread the clips around. Everybody needs to see that one. Forget about everything else that's happened. That was the most important thing that occurred on the internet about 10 minutes ago. But now we have one more map, Namekuji. Can they get the win here as we get ready to go into Coliseum? Do Insomnia
Play.
opt
the mirror.
into the honorable duel? Do we have the firm handshakes coming into this? Because it's always been on push when the teams have decided to mirror them. It's never been on the other map types. It's always been on push. Does Insomnia try to go out with a bang here in this series?
Well, in their defense, in Insomnia's defense, usually when teams did opt to go with the gentleman's agreement to play the Roadhog mirror, it was usually 2-0 in their favor. So it's like, yeah, I mean, we probably can afford to play that. I think Insomnia is definitely in this position, and it'd be fun. And giving Nozzle a bit of their own medicine, but Nozzle may also be here to like, hey, I am the Roadhog. So definitely interesting to see. I really hope that we see a hog mirror here because remember, in King's Row, like you said, it was cinema.
Yeah.
It needs a good sequel to it.
It does.
Yes.
And I think that this would be a great sequel where you go, oh my god, there's 2 of them now.
Yes.
So we'll see if they do opt into it. It'd be a hell of a way to just go ahead and round out, potentially round out, I should say. Obviously, Namekuji could win this map and extend the series, but potentially round out the round robin for both of these teams. This could be the last map that we see from them for quite some time until, LCQ and then playoffs run around for the respective squads. So we'll see if that is going to be the case as we get ready to go into the game. I certainly have my fingers crossed for it, and I think that everybody else out there watching does as well, because is it the highest tier that you've ever seen in your life? No, absolutely not. But it's also so entertaining that every time Namekuji comes out, it's like eating McDonald's. It's not healthy for you, but damn if it isn't good.
It is. And wow, I haven't been thinking in that direction, but it's definitely true. And also, like, Nozzle's playing in a hotel room. Like, he needs entertainment. He needs everyone to feel share the sentiment that he plays when he plays the hog. So,
the man's been an absolute Chad. Let's see though if he's got another win in him. The rest of Namekuji is, of course, they're going to be hovering it. And for now, Leonoptrix is hovering it as well.
Yeah, I'm going to give credit to Insomnia for just doing that. They need a... Oh, they're also matching the Hanzo as well.
Oh, boy.
This is going to be fun.
It's like a damn near full mirror. Undersea not really wanting to have a part of it, but here we go. All right, mirrored matchup. This is what we were hoping for from the very beginning. We talked about it before the series even started, and we have been rewarded. Now, let's see if Namekuji can outdo the Namekuji comp.
Well, history sadly does say that Namekuji brothers do get dusted in their Namekuji composition. However, it's still a new map, a new series, and so we don't know. Namekuji brothers did show a little bit of promise, especially in the CC2 department. This is where I'm putting my hopes on for the side of Namekuji brothers. We'll definitely see where it is.
Alrighty, it's actually, I believe Jisoo there getting quite a bit of damage cross over onto Undersea. Unable to find that kill. Seeing Objects going for the pull in.
Nozzle supremacy.
But
fulfilled.
Nozzle asserts his dominance. Finds the kill. Hook coming off. Cooldown takes a quick breather. That shot through, looking for the pull off the leaf. Unable to find it, but it doesn't matter. Jisoo collects the kill. Undersea going to be taken down. Another breather as he builds up towards that whole hog, surging past Leonoptrix.
Yep. Now, like in a mirror again. I don't know what to say. If you win the first 3 fights, as long as you don't make a mistake, this is a very snowbally situation unless Insomnia decides to break the Geneva Pact, and then
they could, and that would be dishonorable, but it could also help get them a win. Hook here from Leonoptrix, not going to be able to find the shot. Nozzle will be able to take him down. Better of him yet again. The pull in, looking for Undersea. Can't find that elimination quite just yet. Tree goes out for Bossa. Bossa Blink using his as well, as the Captive Sun will not deliver any kills here for the side of Insomnia. Bombs in. Nozzle being taken low, but the beam as he takes a breather will be mitigated. So whole hog rather, still available here for them. Undersea trying to get this bot contested. Jisoo sets up for the 2K off his own captive son.
Yep, and then also the whole hog off screen also took down Undersea, so that's going to be the cap. Insomnia, they're in quite of a bit of trouble here. It's not just that they lost the fight and also the cap, they're using their own ultimates. There is the swap over there. Insomnia saying, okay, I guess we're not friends anymore.
Yeah, friendship over, but there's the pull-in, looking for the instant punish on Leonoptrix for his sins, but can't quite confirm the kill there. Of course, Hayabusa going to prove to be difficult. They try to burst down. There's Daisy. Big chunk at CC2, eventually able to find that headshot. Decent line here on a couple other players on Insomnia. It's just not coming through quite as yet. Bot for now going to be locked in place.
Yeah, CC2 not having the best of times in the defense of Kings Row, however, still remains that he is going to be very key to the win conditions of Namekuji Brothers. Like that, taking Kara down, this means that Namekuji Brothers will be having more, I guess, more gas in the tank to go forward.
Yeah, I mean, a Terra Surge, but you know, this dupe will expire, but still heavy impact there from Bambi on that duplicate. And the late swap starting to very much punish Insomnia here, just putting themselves so much further behind in that ult economy game. Leave to go up here onto the high ground. Nozzle throwing a very deep flank as Daisy nearly picked off. Tree available, the capture son about to be up. Karu desperately going to be needing this Kitsune rush. We'll see when he decides to pull the trigger on it. As first it's going to be the Dragon Strike going across, and Nozzle finds his mark. Undersea going to be taken down. Captain Sun now lobbed in. A couple shots here on towards Blink, looking to burn that Lucio. He will be able to do so. He gets picked. Jisoo traded out by Daisy here with the overclock. But that is going to be expired, and they are just running them down. Namekuji getting the full cap. They have just absolutely done it. The final kill will come in as Karu will die. Duke now coming in. Trying to extend this one as much as humanly possible. That's going to be broken down so very quickly, though, as Nozzle's able to find two with the whole hog. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We are not done yet. Namekuji, they say, ha-ha! We got you.
Yes.
You wanted to try to match us? Absolutely not. No one beats us in our mirror matchup 3 times in a row, damn it.
Well, what do I say? I mean, Insomnia, they thought they could win. They looked at previous matches that Namekuji Brothers did. They were like, okay, 2-0, gentleman's agreement. Part of the agreement was that they still win against Namekuji Brothers. The Namekuji Brothers comp didn't happen.
Nope.
But, I mean, like, genuinely, though, Namekuji Brothers did really do a lot of things well. Especially, I keep mentioning CC2, but the entire team, this time, Nozzle made a lot of key hooks to none other than Undersea on the Echo, no less. And also, CC2 made some really crucial picks. So, the entire map, although it was very short, Namekuji Brothers, during the entire map, they were ahead. They always had the numbers advantage. They were always at an ultimate economy lead. So, there was no way that Insomnia was coming back from that deficit.
No, not at all. I mean, really good stuff there from the side of Namekuji. Insomnia biting the hook and getting reeled in there by Namekuji. So excellently done. That does extend us now into, I believe, New Junk City for our Flashpoint map. So we're not done yet. We'll go ahead and flash that on your screen here. Oh, it's actually Saravasa. My bad.
No, we both got hooked.
It is what it is. I mean, to be fair, both these maps play similarly, and I think we know exactly what one team is going to be doing, regardless of which map it was. So, Saravasa coming up here for map number 4. No more breaks in this series, just straight gameplay. So as soon as these guys get loaded up into lobby, we will be jumping into that Flashpoint map and see whether or not Namekuji actually can continue to kind of run it back. You know, I don't expect that we're going to be seeing the mirror again.
Wait, round 2. Round 2.
A second attempt, maybe. But also for Insomnia, I don't think that they want to let this series get away from them any more than they already have. So I think they're going to come back into this one, take it super seriously. I think that this is going to be probably just them leaning back on Orisa from the outset. That seems to be, you know, what Leonoptrix really is favoring here today. So be curious to see how that, you know, what they're going to be piecing together. But I'm expecting that. I'm expecting the Undersea Echo once more, as well as Daisy just there on that Sojourn. So I think they're just going to be trying to go straight up with the composition, not change anything too much.
Yep, exactly. Maybe one potential change might be the Genji on the side of Daisy, but of course we've seen King's Row a little bit. It was decent, but it didn't has as much impact as Daisy had on the Sojourn. So if they're going like full serious mode, then it looks like you said, Seth, it's going to be the Orisa, Echo, Sojourn with the Lucio. It depends on what flex support you want to pick. Maybe the Eliari is still viable here. The Zen's also works, and if you want to just straight out counter the Hog, maybe the Ana is also as well. But again, Saravasa, it's not always the most kindest map for slow composition, so maybe you want to be Baptiste will be my, I guess, preferred pick, but we'll see how it goes.
Alrighty, well, let's go ahead, jump into it, and see if our musings are going to be correct, or if we do get shocked once again by either of these teams. Insomnia still in the lead, but Namekuji looking to fight their way back in, tie things up, and potentially even take us over to Escort. All comes down here to this Saravasa to see whether or not they can get it done.
Alright, it looks like it is indeed going to be the Orisa composition. We do need to wait out on Daisy a little bit if it's just going to be the TP, and then there it is. It's going to be the Sojourn that we've been anticipating. Basa, no, surprisingly, not on the Mercy. I actually like the Mercy pick from the Namekuji brothers there.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, at least the other half there in Jisoo is sticking with this Alari, which I think he has overall looked a lot stronger on. Gives him a bit more damage, a little bit more oomph.
Yep. And, I mean, I've been repeating this so many times now, but in this competition, it is going to be up to the hands of Jisoo and CC2 to be reliable on those shots to make picks happen. Of course, Nozzle is a god on those hooks, but hooks are not always the easiest skilled shot to land, and also do have a lot of follow-up damage too.
Oh boy, well, there's the jump forward there off the back of Undersea's engage, looking to hit Bambi, but it's going to be Daisy. Does manage to snipe him out of the sky. And this is, this is the difficulty when it comes down to running this. If you can get the inside track, get onto the point first, and play on that defensive side, have the healing pylon set up in your advantage. I can see Namekuji having a bit more success, but trying to approach into these points, it's going to be pretty brutal for them.
Yep, and the map being what it is currently right now, they are being forced to fight on the objective, not like different to Escort. So if Insomnia just closes down the distance, Namekuji brothers don't have a clear answer.
Okay, pull in Leonoptrix down to half, but Jisoo already dead. The healing severely cut out, but that's why they have the tree. For now, space gonna be bought. Bambi over onto the Tracer, does come back through. The fine blink, but now will be taken down. Leonoptrix finding that elimination. Flip still getting ready to come in, but looks like it can very swiftly be retaken here as Undersea's dupe will expire. Nozzle gonna get beamed down, hounded down, and that will be the flip denied. Insomnia very cleanly claimed the first flashpoint.
Yep, and also to Insomnia's favor is going to be the respawns for the next flashpoint as well. So again, once again, it's going to be a similar I guess, situation where Insomnia is going to have a heavily defensive position on the point, and Namekuji brothers has to break the defense, which is going to be really hard. But CC2 moving away from the signature Hanzo and to the Sombra. Sombra was also a subject to the recent nerfs, or rather rollbacks of the buffs of previously had. So it's going to take a little bit longer for the EMP to charge, but Jisoo taking down. Oh.
Yeah, Captive Sun invested, did get a catch on multiple players, but he does end up falling. First point cap is here for Namekuji, but Hook now going to be going wide as the Kitsune Rush is invested from Karu. Looking for a target to see the wave. I'm sorry. It's just a giant floating orb just flying through the air. Nozzle just getting ripped out of the point there by Basa.
That was fun. That was a fun interaction. In the end, Namekuji brothers have to wait for the ultimates to be online. Insomnia will be having their ultimates of their own, and also in the neutral fight, they just rip tear apart members of Namekuji Brothers, so it's once again going to be very, very late in the second point, like probably like 70% and up for this, in favor of Insomnia before they can have a real fight.
Yeah, trying to get it here. Everybody in the whole hog, pushing them away as best as humanly possible with the sound barrier committed from Blink, just keeping everybody else nice and healthy and alive here in the fight. As Car with a quick cheeky TP out, takes himself to safety. He's managed to elude the fire there from Namekuji. Cleanup going to be found. That should just about be the second point going their way. So now Namekuji going to be in a position where they have to reverse sweep here on Saravasa if they want to continue to try to reverse sweep in the series itself. EMP 20% away here for CC2, and they need that to have value.
Yeah, the problem was, Seth, is that Nozzle already used the whole hog in the previous fight. They knew that they were going to lose the previous fight. Now they're just having, like, EMP is a very decent ultimate where it chunks out a lot of HP on multiple members of any, like any members on the AoE, but they need follow-up damage, and probably whole hog will be sorely missed in that sequence over there.
Yep. Be a decent one to try to combine in with that EMP, but for now, EMP to try to win the fight. Tree about to be available here from Basa to keep everybody alive. Virus goes out, does manage to get the tag. Dupe in from Undersea, going for the tracer, trying to build up towards that pulse bomb. 42% here at the moment. He spots Bambi. Bambi going to be ushered out into the open where Daisy is able to collect the kill. Backline pressure still continuing here. There's the stick. Is okay. Now I'm going to be able to find the elimination. Jisoo going to go ahead and take care of that one here for them. Daisy hooked in, Nozzle up into the sky, but dropping right back down as Leaf does get killed. And Insomnia, they want to finish things right here, right now. Jisoo with the TP out will get over to safety for now.
So it's going to be a really difficult situation for the side of Namekuji Brothers. Yes, they do have the EMP, which is going to be used right now. Yes, does take down Undersea, but even if Namekuji Brothers does, the question is, even if they win the fight, can they contest the point right now or flip the point?
They need so much more at the moment. Undersea going to be respawned already. The Container Rush still there for the defense here from Insomnia. Now Jisoo having one to try to maybe match. Pulse bomb about to come through here for Bambi, and there you go. Kitty Go ultis out on the point. Nozzle trying to stay alive. The dive in. Oh, the pulse bomb landing on the floor. The boot back there from Blink. It's absolutely everything. Trying to keep himself alive. And Nozzle with a hook in is able to find him. Gets a Lucio, but then it's quickly traded down. Car with a headshot takes out Bambi. 9% left to go. CC2 gets Undersea. It's going to be a 2 for 2 so far. Support's trying to stay alive here for Namekuji. The contest is in.
Yeah, it's going to be CC2.
But he's getting whittled away at, and Daisy's able to finish the job. Kill going to be found. Jisoo taken down, and he was going to be the secondary touch. So there you have it. We got the Saravasa, but Insomnia said no more shenanigans, no more mirror matchups. We want the win, and we want it relatively cleanly, and they will be able to take it.
Yep, once again, I think Insomnia, they had a clear idea of what their what Namekuji's win conditions is, and also they forced the fight into their own terms, because this map being Flashpoint, it is basically how Control works as well. They forced the fight on the point where, of course, in Namekuji Brothers, they wanted a longer fight where, like not longer in time value, but more as a longer in distance, where they wanted to use CC2's range advantage to make picks happen and then usher in. But Insomnia, they made sure that the point stayed on the point, the fight stayed on the point, so they couldn't, Namekuji Brothers couldn't use that range advantage. Really smart play from Insomnia. That's how they won all 3 points, how they won this series.
Yep, dominant way to go ahead and close things out after a bit of a silly, frivolous map of Coliseo there from the side of Insomnia. So they're able to get their win, not a 3-0, but a 3-1 fashion here for them. And overall, still an incredibly strong round robin for this side of Insomnia, who I believe now will overtake and move up into that second place spot. So overall, a great showing from them. Still things to be obviously worked on a little bit, especially if they want to go for the firm handshakes strategy there on push against Namekuji. Couldn't get the better of them there, but let's go ahead and figure out who our player of the match is, because I think this is a bit of a confusing one for the side of Insomnia. We had some pretty wild ups and downs from a lot of the players. Undersea starting things off, having an immense amount of impact, and then really falling to the wayside on King's Row, etc. Obviously, push, nobody really having a good game there from the side of Insomnia. So I'm curious to see which way this does end up going here for player of the match, as we will get ready to unveil it. And it's going to be Karu.
Well, so Karu, I think my vote was for Karu. It was a little bit of recency bias at the time of the vote on King's Row, but in the end, I think Karu did a lot of good things for this team. Not just did his duty as a support, like just healing people, but also on the Zenyatta, he had CC2 the entire time under control. And I am repeating this over and over and over again, CC2 is a huge part of Namekuji Brothers' victory plan. So by ruining CC2's day, he just effectively ruined Namekuji Brothers' day.
Well, that they did. But at least picking up that map win here in their final series of the round robin, Namekuji Bros at least hold on to that. Be able to win that mirror matchup at long last where some of the other teams had decided to, okay, we'll play the hog against you and then we're going to crush you with it. That did not happen here, but Karu with a nice little win, now joining the multitude of players who are all tied up in that 7th place position with 2 player of the match wins, and is amongst some very solid company at KSG as well as Cloud there as well. So solid position to be in. Really nice impact from Karu in particular on that Zenyatta. Just overall a big stable player here for Insomnia on the day.
Yep. Again, unfortunately, he won't have any, I guess, opportunities to get more Player of the Match awards during the group stages, but he's still, remember, Insomnia is locked in for playoffs. There's still plenty of matches to be played. Maybe, who knows, if he gets like 3 or 4 in a row, he might be able to get that #1 spot.
Could very well happen if he can make it to the final and win. Always be that finals MVP as well. So plenty more play to come through there from the side of Insomnia, but that's for a later date. That's once we dive into the playoffs. For now, though, we got to finish out this round robin. We got one more matchup here for you this evening, and that is going to be Revati going up against Hayabusa. We'll see how close of a series we can get from these 2 squads when we come back from a quick little break, so don't go anywhere.
このパワーを
はい、
利用する形ですね。ビン自体、うわ、ただ、
残り時間が少ない。その中で空気住民票を落とした。アナイレーションが使えない。
アナイアレーションが
そしてフォーカスビーム、その取れて空気おお3人
ラスニャムゲーミングの最後の取り返し、ここに対しては KSG 狙されて抜いた。さあアルティメットキルに有効につなげていったのはバレル。 KSG のトリプルキルでしょうか。
いやー、素晴らしい。さらに止まらないぞ。
止まらない KSG、 壁際に追い詰めて
4キル目。
レイレンも仕留めてみせた。
クイされたことでちょっとバレるお料理はされてはいますね。しかも状況的にレバティ側
あれ2個
あれ
See you next
See you next
そのままクラウド。
さあどうでしょうか。しかしここはハルトゥーンエピック、ハルトゥーンのトリプルキル。一気にインソムニア側に傾くかと思ったその刹那、リバティ JP のダメージラインが一気に切り崩した。
アルティメットの状況が、結構いいので、アライグラの攻めに対する受け流しというのは可能だと思いますね。
可能であればこのボムが上がる前に試合決めたいですね、アライズは。
そうですね。
前段ぶち込めあった窓展開。
ただこれは、うまく引いて、ポイントのゲージは上げますかね、いくらかは。
少しは進めても問題ないというところ。グラビティフラックス手前で使っていったこのカウンターのラリー、前段ぶち込め後方支援のアンプリフィケーションマトリックスですが、ハリーワイルド重ねているもの両者2-2トレード。3対3
いやこのハリーがフリーだとどうしようもないですよ。
ハリーがフリー。
ハリーがフリー、いやただ
お
無理やりハリーがフリーだけどそれを上回るスピードで溶かしていきましたね。
ハリーのフリーは無視してここはパンディア守りきっています。
連続してそれな続くっていうの珍しいですね。隠れてからのデッドアイ。
あーすごい出たとことこ歩きの T99 デッドアイダブルキル。
まるでパルスボムを狙うトレーサーかのように。
そうですね、もうねおもむろに前歩き、ホラー以外の何者でもない。サウンドバリアを抜いてはいるんですが、アライズの勢いが凄まじい。さあシックスブローとしては守りきれなければいけないウェーブ。ここはちょっとアライズ、いやしかしシックスブローも頑張っているぞ。
倒れた。
なんとかオーバータイム、まだまだわからないか。しかしここはハリーダメ押しのダブルキル。さあ人数状況、振りはシックスブロー、これはいかんともしがたいか。
ハリー
ここはハリーがキルを重ねて、なんとファーストマップ取り切っていったのはアライズプロジェクト。
シックスブロー前当たりしてますね。
さあしかもですね、
はい
今回ナノクロック早めに使わないとレイジがたまる。
そうですよ。ただフィリアこれナノクロック前段階で使っていた、その前段階での1キル生まれています。ズックスを落としきり、そして阻害瓶大量に入った。再びジンの阻害瓶によってエリア5時焼くぞ。レイジ発動。
発動していく。いやしかもここは2キルは確定。
カートは誰かが触れていますね。カートは2人で触れているんですが、ライバルレイジを持っているプレッシャーが上側を陣取っています。
これね帰りたいところなんですが、
はい、
そうですね帰れてますね。いやこれは冷静ですね。この2キルのおかげで点線が足りてません。
前線足りていないのでアレクサンダーここでラリーを展開、早めに使っていきます。ここは防御のラリーですが阻害瓶だ。拓明ギリギリ持ちこたえているが、持ちこたえて限界です。
いやー
いやなんかねパルスボム作目に返していった。ここは穴ぶりでナノぶりで対応しています。ただこの作目が抜かれてしまうとカートは大丈夫か。
いやカートはこれシグマで
シグマ入りましたね、
はい
ただグラビティフラックスを打つほどの余裕はないか。プレッシャー無理やり使っていったグラビティフラックス、カウンターの浸透滅却叩きつけも守っています。
さあこれでエピックの位置をずらすことはできている。
さらにはドゥックスプール側での戦闘勝ち切った。正面でも T99 がヘスティを抑えました。押し切りには十分風切り。そして
コノハ
コノハですね。失礼コノハ
遊撃剣遊撃剣おまけ。
リドーのワンパンショットはコノハで返せばまたワンパン。
最後は相手のラッシュに対してうまくサウンドブレードいなすことに成功しましたね。
これほど激しいファーストの奪い合いは
これブープとの合わせだったんですね。
押し込んでいきましたね。
いやー素晴らしいブープ。このブープっていうのも本日すごい刺さってますよね。
Hello and welcome back, but not quite. We have an update for you guys. There's been some shenaniganry going on here in the background. Hayabusa at the moment unable to field their full roster at the present time. Revati, though, have elected to wait. They've been given about 30 minutes in total, about 20 minutes remaining now on that timer to be able to field 5 players. If they cannot do so, Revati will just be awarded a victory. Otherwise, if they can field those 5 players within the next 20 minutes, we will have a match. So unfortunately, we're just going to be playing the waiting game for a bit. Going to go back to a break screen, and then as soon as we have those players ready to go, or as soon as we don't and the time is up, we'll come back and we will obviously either get in the game or we won't. That's the update. Yeah, unfortunate circumstances. Obviously not what we want to see happen. Things just getting a little bit shaky, I guess, here, given the the online format and everything like that, and trying to keep tabs on all these players proving to be a little bit difficult. But we're going to go to that quick little break. Apologies from our end, but we'll see you guys on the other side of this.
このパワーを
はい、
利用する形ですね。ビン自体、うわ、ただ、
残り時間が少ない。その中で空気住民票を落とした。アナイレーションが使えない。
アナイアレーションが
そしてフォーカスビーム、その取れて空気おお3人。
ニャムゲーミングのサイドの取り返し、ここに対しては KSG 狙されて抜いた。さあアルティメットをキルに有効につなげていったのはバレル。 KSG のトリプルキルでしょうか。
いやー素晴らしい。さらに止まらないぞ。
止まらない KSG、 壁際に追い詰めて
4キル目。
レイデンも仕留めてみせた。
クイされたことでちょっとバレルお料理はされてはいますね。しかも状況的にレバティ側
あれ2個
あれ
See you next
See you next
そのままクラウド。
さあどうでしょうか。しかしここはハルトゥーンエピック、ハルトゥーンのトリプルキル。一気にインソムニア側に傾くかと思ったその刹那、リバティ JP のダメージラインが一気に切り崩した。
アルティメットの状況が、結構いいので、アライ側の攻めに対する受け流しというのは可能だと思いますね。
可能であればこのボブが上がる前に試合決めたいですね、アライズは。
そうですね。
前段ぶち込めアスター窓展開。
ただこれは、うまく引いて、ポイントのゲージは上げますかね、いくらかは。
少しは進めても問題ないというところ。
はい、
グラビティフラックス手前で使っていったこのカウンターのラリー、前段ぶち込め後方支援のアンプリフィケーションマトリックスですが、ハリー、ワイドと重ねているもの両者2-2トレード3対3。
いや、このハリーがフリーだとどうしようもないですよ。
ハリーがフリー、
いや、ただ無理やりハリーがフリーだけど、それを上回るスピードで溶かしていきましたね。
ハリーのフリーは無視して、ここはパンディア守りきっています。
続してそれ続くっていうの珍しいですね。隠れてからのデッドアイ、
出たとことこ歩きの T99 デッドアイダブルキル。
まるでパルスボムを狙うトレーサーかのように。
そうですね、もうね、おもむろに前歩き、ホラー以外の何者でもない。サウンドバリアを抜いてはいるんですが、アライズの勢いが凄まじい。さあシックスブローとしては守りきらなければいけないウェーブ。ここはちょっとアライズ、いやしかしシックスブローも頑張っているぞ。
倒れた。
なんとかオーバータイム、まだまだわからないか。しかしここはハリーダメ押しのダブルキル。さあ人数状況、クリはシックスブロー、これはいかんともしがたいか。
ハリー、
ここはハリーがキルを重ねて、なんとファーストマップ取り切っていったのはアライズプロジェクト。
シックスブロー前当たりしてますね。
さあしかもですね、
はい
今回ナノクロック早めに使わないとレイジがたまる。
そうですよ。ただフィリアここでナノクロック前段階で使っていたその前段階での1キル生まれています。ドゥックスを落としきり、そして阻害瓶大量に入った。再びジンの阻害瓶によってエリア5時開くぞ。レイジ発動。
発動していく。いやしかもここは2キルは確定。
カートは誰かが触れていますね。カートは2人で触れているんですが、ライバルレイジを持っているプレッシャーが上側を陣取っています。
これね帰りたいところなんですが、
はい、
そうですね帰れてますね。いやこれは冷静ですね。この2キルのおかげで点線が足りてません。
前線足りていないのでアレクサンダーここでラリーを展開、早めに使っていきます。ここは防御のラリーですが阻害瓶だ。昨面ギリギリ持ちこたえているが持ちこたえて限界です。
いやー
いやランプレパルスフォーム昨面に返していった。ここは穴ぶりで失礼ナノぶりで対応しています。ただこの昨面が抜かれてしまうとカートは大丈夫か。
いやカートはこれシグマで
シグマ入りましたね、
はい
ただグラビティフラックスを打つほどの余裕はないか。プレッシャー無理やり使っていったグラビティフラックスカウンターの浸透滅却叩きつけも守っています。
さあこれでエピックの位置をずらすことはできている。
さらにはドゥックスプール側での戦闘勝ち切った。正面でも T99 がヘスティを抑えました。押し切りには十分肩切り。そして
コノハ
コノハですね。失礼コノハ
遊撃剣遊撃剣おまけ。
リドーのワンパンショットはコノハで返せばまたワンパン。
最後は相手のラッシュに対してうまくサウンドブレードいなすことに成功しましたね。
これほど激しいファーストの奪い合いは
これブープとの合わせだったんですね。はい、
押し込んでいきましたね。
いやー素晴らしいブープ。このブープっていうのも本日すごい刺さってますよね。
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Alrighty, we are back, and for realsies this time, we actually do have a match getting ready to kick off. Hayabusa was able to go ahead and get their 5-man roster fielded, which means that we are about to go into our final series here of this round robin and see if they can deal some damage here versus Revati.
Yeah, fortunately, Hayabusa Gaming, they were able to grab their 5th member. Of course, that was already registered in the roster, of course.
Sure.
And also props to Revati for just making an honorable decision. So
yeah, I mean, I think it is definitely worth a shout here. Revati, could have just said, no, we don't feel like waiting, taken a free 3-0 and ridden off into the playoff sunset, but they decided to do the honorable thing. They said, nope, we want to earn our way into that position if we're going to get it. So opted to go ahead and wait, and now we'll be playing this matchup. So, hats off to them. We'll see if they're going to be able to, if they're going to be rewarded for that honor, or if Hayabusa will be able to pull off what would essentially be daylight robbery. Because right now, let's be frank, Hayabusa have had a very rough go of it. The only team that they've been able to take down is the only team that has not been able to get really any wins, which was Neom Gaming. They bested them in a 3-1 scoreline, and otherwise, it's been rough tidings here for Hayabusa the whole way throughout.
Yep, and especially considering that Revati has been very motivated, especially because any sort of win from the side of Revati would secure them a 4th place spot in the standings, which means that they don't have to go all the way to the play-ins, especially especially in this circumstance where it's a new patch, a new meta, and you kind of want to play with less stakes in the play-ins. You don't want those high stakes play-ins. You want to kind of wait out to see what the other teams play, observe a little bit, and that's going to be really important here.
Yep. I'm taking a look here for Revati. It's going to be Kotaro who's going to be starting here for the squad. And just yesterday, watching them play, it was Junmin Hyuk who was actually playing through the entirety of that series.
Yep, Junmin Hyuk is known for his Ramacha, Reinhardt, Winston, whereas Kotaro, well, according to himself, Reinhardt, Wrecking Ball, and Roadhog are his 3 best heroes. We'll see. Of course, we did see a little bit of Roadhog.
We did, but it's not like any of those 3 are widely in the meta. So maybe Kotaro is just going to be playing something a bit different aside from those listed picks. We'll have to just wait and see what he's going to be bringing to the fold here. But on the opposite side of the arena, it's going to be Hayabusa. As we take a look here, action going to be starting over Bellaboo. Got Vilya and Langley there in that DPS lineup. It's going to be Alexander and Jin as well to start.
So interesting to see action in the tank role. We've usually been seeing Bellaboo, of course. He shares the same name with the famous streamer that mains the ball. But anyways, Bellaboo has been the favorite to start for Hayabusa Gaming all around. Interesting to see action on the board. Reinhardt, Sigma, Winston, supposedly the 3 best heroes. I don't know, maybe like you said, Seth, with Kotaro as well, these 3, maybe Sigma kind of fits in a little bit, but most of them are out of the meta. We'll see whatever they bring in. Maybe it is, this is a wild guess, but maybe it's a desperation pick for the side of Hayabusa to make a 5-man roster.
It could very well be. Taking a look though, okay, a bit of differentiation here coming through. As Revati going to be opting to take us to Samoa, not one of the maps that we've really been seeing at all, for Control. It's widely been dominated by Lijiang Tower. Did have that in Nepal earlier on, but Samoa was kind of like the old hotness. Saw that at the very beginning of the tournament. Everybody was playing that, and then we slowly started shifting away from it, but looks like we're going to be taken back there here by Hayabusa. And then Blizzard World going to be coming through for Revati again. I do believe, I think they played this yesterday, but I actually don't have it in front of me. Either way, could have been the case. And there's going to be Esperanza, Saravasa, and then Circuit Royale.
Standard picks all around, except for Samoa then.
Yeah, pretty much. Nothing too shocking overall. We'll see how these teams are going to be faring, because again, I mean, Hayabusa, especially, with the 5-man fielding stuff aside, already on stacked against them, and, had to kind of scramble, throw action into the mix here. That could be a bit damning for them even more so. So we'll see what happens once we do get into Samoa, see what they're going to be bringing to the table here.
Yeah.
I'm also intrigued to see Kotaro starting.
Yep, and Kotaro very much, I guess, expecting a lot of things from him, but also a player of my interest is going to be Hofak. yesterday's matches was so impressive for the side of Hofak. I also expect a lot of hit scans. We've seen a lot of Sojourn in the previous matches as well, so why not? But it remains to be seen. I don't know what to expect from either team, but Kotaro on the ball is definitely something that I haven't been expecting.
That would be a breath of fresh air, actually. I haven't seen the Wrecking Ball since the very early days, and a couple teams were still running it. I mean, you know, everything leading up to this tournament, you know, we were looking at those tier lists, and a lot of people were saying Wrecking Ball right now is in that S tier, but it never really was proven and reinforced by the squads. It looks like, yep, it's going to be out the gate. Wrecking Ball going to be coming through. TP forward is Hudson just going to be swapping back over onto the Tracer. Hofak, unsurprisingly, going to be there on that Sojourn.
Interesting to see Hayabusa on the Winston as well, and also the Brig in play. Maybe the Brig is to counter any sort of the dive threats that Revati will be able to threaten, able to pose at them. So a good counter to the Wrecking Ball, but I think it's going to be down to the Tracer 1v1s and also the Sojourn fights. This is going to be really important.
Speaking of which, okay, actually, yeah, just recalling before that shot can even come through. I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to try to put myself right in front of Hofak, given what he's been able to do. Action getting taken down in midair. That is going to be the cap of the point going the way of Revati to kick things off. Whip shot to try and sway to that pile driver from coming through. Still gets a little bit of value, but Hard Team going to be lost at the same time as Villia is able to pick up a kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, Hayabusa Gaming's composition doesn't really kind of counter a lot of the threats that Revati Japan poses. I guess the only way that Hayabusa Gaming is able to win is that Alexander effectively denies Kotaro's pile driver, and then Villia or Langley just DPS gaps. I do like the NYXL skin though, but is taken out by ST.
It does get taken down. ST with a nice kill there as Hatatune getting the better of Langley. Pile driver in the back, knocking him up. Multiple players here on the side of Hayabusa. They look for a little bit more follow-up, the roll through, getting the double boop. Nice little tech there from Kotaro. Showing off that, yeah, he is in fact quite well versed when it comes down to the Wrecking Ball. Minefield still there, waiting for a rainy day to use it. Oh, look at that. It's a terrible day for rain. They'll start coming through, dropping that down. Does divert a couple paths here, but yeah, he's going to be low on HP. Rolls around, does okay. Does pop the shield, stays alive. Hesty down to a sliver of HP. Also nearly gets taken out as Qatar comes back in. Action going to be dead to a pile driver. Rail shot going across. Jin going to be taken low. Kill not found quite just yet, but Qatar on the hunt, going forward. Dodges out on the sleep dart. And now just continues to push them back. Oh, off the side of the map, right in front of the dropship. Jin gets taken down. 80% now built up here for the side of Revati, who look like they're just having fun with it.
Yep. I mean, not a lot of tactical decisions on this map so far. Of course, this is just a sheer...
I mean, they're dropping the beat. They're sending the Kitsune Rush right here in front of the base. As Nano going to go out, that goes over towards Action. Need a touch on the point though, 98%. No one's going to go for it. That's just going to be the first round going the way of Revati.
Yep. Once again, not a lot of, I guess, tactical aspects to this map. It was just Revati Japan just being better, I guess. Kotaro, very impressive on the ball, did wreak a lot of havoc. And then also Hofak just diffed. And also Haratune was pretty well good on the Tracer as well. I guess it was pretty much a gap in all departments.
Yep, that was the one highlight from that.
Ooh, I mean, seeing after that first round, I definitely on the hype train on the 97%.
Yeah, I mean, Revati have, you know, they've cut their teeth against the top squads here. The only losses that they have in the tournament, you know, versus Pandia, 4th place squad at the moment, 6 blow up there in the top 3. They were able to beat Insomnia, and then they had, of course, a loss to Varrel. So, you know, this Revati has been a very solid squad. They've played some of the rougher and closer matches throughout the tournament with 2 Game 5s to their name. But aside from that, we knew that the team was going to be strong. Hofak in particular has just been kind of like the standout player on this roster, at least in the most consistent way. Dive in, looking for Langley, just get the recall out. Cartoon looking to see just how closely he can try to go to get that kill. Forces him back once again. Action down low, all the HP bars right now on the side of Hayabusa. Suffering immensely, but kill's not going to be coming through quite just yet. But it's still going to be the point locked in here for Revati.
Yep, running the Sigma instead of the Winston here. Everything else staying the same with the backline being the Brig and the Ana. I think it's the Sigma offers a little bit more protection on the backline, but still is a very slow composition. The question is going to be whether they can keep up with the speed and aggression of Revati Japan.
Kotaro does actually stay alive. Very, very low there. Quick blink forward, Hartun grabbing that health pack, keeping himself nice and safe here in this Tracer, not quite 1v1, because he's got plenty of reinforcements to back him up. Pile driver in, Kotaro still out for blood despite being low on HP. As he now going to be taken down, is dropped down right in on top of Holdback. Villia able to find that opening kill. 2 to their name now as Kotaro going to have it to go ahead and slide out, rotate around the backside here. Still just playing it out quietly, playing it out slowly, as Langley will get a very late pick onto Haratun for some further staggers. Hayabusa get their first taste of percentage.
Yep, that was kind of, to be honest, a kind of a weird move by the side of Revati Japan. The idea about Revati's composition is that Kotaro, everyone goes in. Like, Tracer can go in, the Wrecking Ball can go in, the Lucio can follow suit as well, and also the Kiriko, if needed, can go as well. It's going to be Hofak that's going to be like the only, I guess, long-range shot there, but...
Pulse for Pulse, tank for support. Still very much alive in this fight. Does have that contender rush getting ready to come through, and now Chin and Villia both going to be taken down, so Flip certainly can be found here for the side of our body as just looking to try to finish off some of these picks. Hopeback will fall, but it's quickly dealt with there as they do find Alexander. Roll in. Langley trying to survive. Pile driver. He's looking for the kind of the prediction there. Just managed to avoid it, but still gets taken out in the end.
Yeah, just to elaborate on the point about the composition right now, Hayabusa is a more passive composition. They're just trying to, I just even think that the only way that Hayabusa Gaming can win is whether if Villia can make a good railroad shot, or if Revati Japan just messes up their own dive, and Revati is currently not making any of those mistakes. So yes, they did make a little bit of the oopsies and did give the flip a little bit, but in the end, they're just assuming dominance, and it is looking like, wait a second.
Shield bash was in, Hesty getting taken low, kind of isolated, but was not found. There we go, right into the open. Langley ready to catch. Goes ahead, takes him down. Flip getting ready to come through, but a contest for a brief little moment at the very least here from Kotaro, but eventually will move off the point. But in the meantime, Hofak's been able to collect 2 kills. Jin and Villia both going to be taking out of the fray here. This bomb in the back pocket of Langley, but TP out. I think just trying to play this one out a little bit more safely. Continuing rush now going to be used as the flip comes back into Revati's favor. Cretion not going to be able to find this stun. Flux is available, now going to be popped for a target, but pullback. Oh, it's already found one. Langley dead. Pulse bomb in. Alexander gone. Jin under fire. And the remaining players are just getting absolutely ripped to shreds. That's going to be the team kill coming in as we tick up to 100. And Revati will be able to get the 2-0 here on Samoa.
Yep, once again, especially on both rounds of Samoa, Revati Japan had a very basic composition where Hayabusa Gaming was kind of a more patient composition. Well, I mean, yes, in the first round, and it was a little bit faster in the sense that they did play the Winston. However, they were never up to the speed of Revati Japan. No. Like not with the ball and the Lucio and the Kiriko and play for Revati Japan. They just never met the pace, and that was probably just their demise in Hayabusa. If Hayabusa Gaming wants to, I guess, have a chance in this series, they definitely have to either have Langley or Villia win the DPS 2v2 or 1v1s, or have a much faster composition.
Yeah, I mean, just weren't getting as much value, to be frank. I mean, you know, a couple picks coming in there for Langley, but widely, you know, gets 1 or 2 there, but the rest of the team is just dying to the wayside. Hofak off screen, just kills 2 people, turns the tides of it. You know, they get the flip, it's taken right back out of their hands. So a bit of a rough start here for the side of Hayabusa as we now get ready to go into Blizzard World, which Revati is opting to take us over to. So we'll see what they're going to be able to bring out here. We're not going to have any substitutions here on either side. Curious to see if Kotaro is going to be sticking through in this series, or if it's like, okay, come in, play ball in Samoa, and then out you go. But, you know, historically, we look at Blizzard World, and that has been kind of like the one map, especially during like last season of OWL, where it's like, okay, you can run the Wrecking Ball here, and you actually can have a decent amount of impact, a decent amount of value, especially playing around the first 2 points, especially A, I would say. But if he's going to stick through, I think that we're just going to be seeing the ball specialist play throughout maybe even the whole series.
Yeah, especially if you look at the other regions as well. There has been, I guess, Max, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, was it Jimin or Max? I think one of them played the Wrecking Ball before in Korea, and it was also in Blizzard World, if I'm not mistaken. So, like you said, Seth, Blizzard World is one of those maps that you can play. Oh, Jimin is back, so never mind about the ball. If you look at what will Jamina play, that's going to be the real question here. Maybe Sigma. I don't know why people are just not playing the Doofus right now. I think it's 100% viable, but like you said, Sigma is also viable, especially if Revati is going defense first.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember exactly where they're going to be starting, so we'll see that in a moment here as we fly the map Vito. So it's going to be Hayabusa defending first, so first on the attack here for Revati. So, I mean, maybe a chance that they do go for that Doomfist here off the rip and then maybe shift over to the Sigma. Once they get to the defense, we'll have to just wait and see what they do opt to pick up here, as well as what Hayabusa is going to be doing, because it's still going to be action in the roster here. Not Bellaboo making an appearance here. So, curious scenes.
Yep, and the reason why I want it, I won't drop one of the reasons I'm not dropping the Doofus theory here is because, especially Hayabusa in Samoa has shown weakness about keeping up with the pace with faster compositions. Of course, Sigma is a significantly slower composition. You can speed it up with the Lucio a little bit like Varrel did today. However, I think it's a much easier way to exploit the weaknesses of Hayabusa Gaming if Revati Japan picks a much speedier composition, and one of them is going to be the Doofus. And it's not like Hardtune or OVAC is bad at the Echo Tracer, so...
No, I mean, certainly not. But, well, we'll see what they want to do. I mean, hell, if they want to really just go for rush, you could also just, bring the Junker Queen into the mix and just go full brawl, run at them, get yourself onto the point, and just... try to win out the fight in a bit of a scrap. We'll see what it's going to be, though, as we get ready to jump into the game. Revati currently up 1-0. Hayabusa looking to try to reply with a map win of their own as we get ready to go into Blizzard World. All right, and looking like maybe a potential Sigma mirror, depending on if Revati decides to run this out the gate, but Action and Hayabusa going to be committed.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Such a nice guy. Yeah, it looks like Hayabusa Gaming is indeed running the...
I miss him so much.
What?
I miss him so much. Awesome dude to hang out with.
Yeah, I actually had a chance to meet him a long time ago when I was at TESPA, when I was back at TESPA those days.
Oh, man.
Anyways, Hayabusa, they're going with the slower composition. Once again, this is a more passive composition. Again, the win condition for Hayabusa Gaming will be... Well, they do have one more win condition than Namekuji Brothers. Of course, Villia will be... if Villia snipes off and make a pick, or if Alexander makes a fat nade, that's going to be really... that's going to be crucial for the win for Hayabusa Gaming.
Well, Hofak going to be struggling to try to get any real pressure here towards this high ground without some assistance. Those barriers going to be denying him a decent amount of sight lines. Looks a pop shot attempt up over the top. Looking for something there. Not able to find any connections, though. As for now, it's just been a couple shots basically into the shoulder of Action. As Jin getting jumped on, taken out. Hayabusa with a huge opener. Big ante, though. Does manage to find two. As he just throwing down that Immortality Field. Not going to be cleared out, though. It's in a safe position around the corner. They can stay protected for the time being. Now Hofak able to find Villia. As Epic just taking some pot shots here. Building up towards that Captive Sun. Hayabusa going to be the one collecting these killing blows, however. Maybe he gets his third one. Nope. It's going to be Hezzy taken away, and that will be the cap on A.
That was really fast, and once again, of course, Revati Japan is running a significantly slower composition. It's still, Hayabusa Gaming doesn't seem like they're responding well to the attacking intent of Revati Japan. Hardtune, I do have to, I guess, give props to Hardtune for winning that 1v1 against Jin. If that didn't happen, it might have been a lot of pressure added towards the side of Hayabusa Gaming, so props to that. He probably just opened the door for the first cap.
He very much did. Action just trying to take some semblance of high ground control, immediately punished there in the last fight. So in fact, quite finding follow-up elimination there. Just taking some pot shots and softening up these HP bars here on the side of Hayabusa. But high ground right now firmly in their control as Action again getting worked lower and lower. It comes in from Alexander. They're able to go ahead and boost his HP back up to full, but you can see right now, I mean, Hofak is just completely unhindered. Nobody really even coming over to try to pressure this one. Bit of a brawl on the cart between the two Tracers as Langley's doing his damage to try to keep that one locked in place. Was forced to recall. Hofak also turned his sights over towards him. Captive Sun now up over the top. Instant versus Alexander. Just goes bye-bye. Action will join him. 2 quick kills. Langley does get the better of Hawk in the meantime, but then Epic says hello. He gets a quick little headshot to take him down. They knew that there was going to be another player around the back. Yep, he was reinforced in that push. Jin now being noted. Low, and TP's out.
All right, that's how, well, if Jin got taken out, that would have been disastrous for Hayabusa Gaming. But the real problem here is now Hayabusa. What does Hayabusa Gaming work with right now? They probably have to wait for the overclock to be online in order for that nano to have any value. So this is why they open up with the Kitsune Rush instead. But Revati Japan, they're just holding on to their ultimates. They're disengaging, and Hofak even takes a pick on Villia, so that nano is not going to have any value once again.
I mean, they could have to maybe just use this on Action. Yeah, that is going to be the call, just to try to make sure that he can survive that flux out from Minhyuk. Yeah, Matrix down there from Hesty as they just continue to get shoved back. Action playing on the corner, just trying to stay alive. Just get a nice little accretion across. Hofak in the meantime able to find Langley. As this high ground is just a big pain in the rear here for Hayabusa. Just no way to deal with it, no way to contest it, no way to displace it. No way to stop it. Cart glides forward. 4.5 minutes now remaining for the final stretch here of Blizzard World. Is Revati looking completely unflappable.
Yep, and like I said, that nano should have been probably used for the nano overclock, which was not used and is now swapped over to the Baptiste. So Hayabusa Gaming with 2 ultimates here. Yes, they will be having more ultimates, but Revati Japan, they have a huge advantage in the neutral fight. I don't think like just 2 ultimates may be a problem for the side of Revati Japan, even if they lose a fight and end up having Hayabusa Gaming use 2 ultimates. That's still a win for them in that they have a future, whereas Hayabusa doesn't.
You can see how badly Langley was wanting to go for that flank to try to get rid of that Widowmaker, who was just had everybody pinned down, but as soon as he swings a corner, forced back. Nice kill there onto Epic after he finds one. Out, Langley trying to stay alive. The Hound in here from Haratun, but this squad orbed up, so it takes quite a bit of damage. Once again, Langley trying to pressure out this Widow, but Haratun hovering nearby, and I mean, Hofak not even really paying attention to him. Just turns his sights back over to the support line, takes out Alexander. Looks for a little bit more, almost catches a glimpse there onto the enemy Zen. Langley again just continually trying to duke it out here, but Epic will get involved in the mix. Finds that kill. Cart now rounding the final corner, still going to be 3 minutes plus here in the time bank. Pulse bomb available. Hawks will be able to find Jin off screen, taking him down for the delaying and transcendence that would be key, and then trying to maintain this hold. Overclock coming in. Villia immediately going to be punished as Hesty finds the kill. Now the Amp Matrix is going to be invested here on the back end, and there's just no way for them to try to push forward, no way to show face. Cart will just glide in and complete the map with 2:52 remaining.
Yeah, I mean, not the biggest of time banks, but also just considering that Blizzard World is a pretty tricky map to complete, and also yes, the fights were a little bit extended to a little bit, but there wasn't a fight that we could necessarily say that Revati lost. Yes, maybe there were 1 or 2, but in the end, Revati Japan, good resource management all around. They knew that, hey, we can give up a fight as long as Hayabusa Gaming uses like 2 or 3 ultimates, and then the next fight's going to be ours, and then the fight after that is going to be ours. So good resource management from Revati Japan. They understand what kind of tempo they need to keep up with if they want to win. Hayabusa Gaming cannot be the same set for the same for them.
Alrighty, well now changing sides. About to go on the attack here for Hayabusa. We'll see what they piece together. It looks like it's still going to be that Sigma head-to-head, so sticking through with that. Hofak coming out with the Ashe once again. It's one of the few maps where we do get to see Ashe in play.
Yep.
And we did have actually head-to-head Ashe earlier.
In the previous match, in the earlier series of the match we did, I think
we obviously didn't get head-to-head Ashe play when
Namekuji
brothers in the lobby.
Of course, we have a Hanzo for that. But coming back to the Ashe, it does if used correctly, it does add a lot of value because it is an AoE. It's an AoE pass. It has DPS passive, like an area effect. So that's a lot much healing denied for the side of whoever is the victim of the Ash Dynamite. Well, the Dynamite has to go off first, but
Didn't manage to get the shot there to pop it. A little bit of damage going to be avoided here early for the set of Hayabusa as they look to go on this approach. And playing very far forward here, just in the backside of the statue. His action now trying to take some space. Moving up. Helps that kinetic grasp, getting a decent amount of shielding here as Anti goes out. Minhyuk now in a bad position. Grecian coming here, they get the stun, Immortality Field. Nicely timed from Hesi to try to keep him alive, but the damage throughput still going to be solid here for Hayabusa, so they find the opening kill. He gets taken down, but Hofak now getting one back into their favor. Gets the headshot through, Alexander going to be taken out, but now Hesi going to be traded. That's going to be Jin taken down. Support advantage here, technically for the side of Revati, as Epic is still alive, but Jin going low. Jumped on here. It's both Langley and Billia pile in, trying to punish this enemy tracer, but they're both so very low, and Hartoon will be able to find one. Billia will get the other. As the point still getting capped. Hofak now rotating back over. Action down to half HP. It's just him and Epic trying to hold the line. Dynamite having gotten Billia, though, buys them so much more space, and that does force Hayabusa back for a reset.
yeah, so this kind of displays how slow Hayabusa Gaming is playing right now. They had such a huge early lead in the fight, and then Hayabusa Gaming, it took them so long to fight. It took them so long to clean up the fight that they weren't even able to fully cap the point. A huge bio-nade by the side of Alexander, but it doesn't bleed any kills, so it's going to be a total reset now. Epic will be having that captive sun, and look, and we expect a lot of things from Epic.
Yeah, a bit of a mess up there on that disruptor shot. Hofak, though, in a bad spot, will get punished. Langley able to come in. It's on top of him, finds that kill. Pulse bump the ready here for Langley. Sensei gets the stick, and that's going to be Epic taken down. That's that captive sun that they wanted to use in this fight, and now things are very much falling apart for Revati. So not looking like a longer hold here for them. But just shy of 2 minutes remaining. That will be the cap coming in. Hayabusa bumping things up now as we get ready to go into the street space.
Yeah, Hayabusa Gaming is actually not in a bad position. They just won that fight with just the Nano and the Pulse Bomb East, so they will be having key ultimates online. They will be having the Overclock, they will be having the Gravitic Flux, and also the classic opener in the Kitsune Rush. They will be matching the ultimate power in the side of Revati Japan. Revati Japan, of course, have 5. Will be having 5 ultimates online, but that's going to mean nothing if Epic just wins the neutral fight.
Billia taken down. Hofak now up on top of the tank. Just looking for some more heads to click on. As Captive Sun available. Epic making up his mind about who he wants to go for. He's like, okay, well, if I shoot you, you're going to Suzu it. But I have no other option. So
yeah.
Sends it, does get Suzu'd. Gets that cooldown out, and Hofak will be able to go ahead and find another kill here on the back end as Scan Matrix had been used. Alexander down. Another minor reset here for the side of Hayabusa. And a minute bought on this defense here for Revati.
Yeah, so Revati, I think that could have gone a little bit better on their side, especially looking at, like, if you have the future in mind. I think they used a little bit too many ultimates for that play over there, but in the end, it was important that they stalled Hayabusa Gaming's progress. And time is actually in their favor because they have a full capital to a little less than 3 minutes. But
Bob now on the stairs. The Dynamite able to find Billia. Epic could have been taken low and taken down as Langley is able to find that kill. But Hesi now taking position up on top of the tank. Hofak able to find action. Means that this is very much going to come to yet another halt. Alexander in a rough spot, cannot escape. Hofak hounds him down, finds that kill, and now looks for a little bit more as Jin and Langley both in bad positions. There's a headshot on the one. Pulse bomb committed. It goes into the projected barrier, though. Langley will stay alive, at least for the moment. As he gets a one clip across there on the Hofak, but I'm not sure if he can pursue for the kill, but Hofak certainly can. Is able to clean that one up. Takes that coach gun out to safety. Some space going to be given up here, so Hayabusa should be able to get themselves back over to the cart, but this Flux is still in the back pocket here for Minhyuk. Been holding on this for quite some time.
all eyes are going to be on Villia's Nano Overclock that they have wanted since their defense. But it looks like I think it's going to be the fight between whether Hayabusa Gaming can make the Nano Overclock work, or is Revati Japan Jaminok is going to make the Gravitic Flux happen. But Hofak taking down action means that Hayabusa Gaming has to wait yet another turn, and time is ticking. So.
Yeah, I mean, they just can't take any position right here. No scaling up here towards the cart, no pushing of it. Now 1 minute and 43 seconds remaining as that Flux still just waiting. The ults in the meantime for Revati, the rest of them being built up. Hayabusa, they've been sitting on this Kitsune Rush, they've been sitting on this Nano, this Overclock, etc. Just haven't gotten into any position, any comfortable spot where they can remotely feel like they're able to use these.
Yeah, I think Hayabusa Gaming should have taken that turn a lot earlier, because now looking at Revati Japan, when they first had that Nano Overclock available, Revati Japan only had the Gravitic Flux as an answer. Now Revati Japan has the Amplification Matrix. They have the Captive Sun as well. Hofak taking down Langley in the neutral fight. So
okay, push up onto the corner. He's able to find Hofak. Had him pinned there. Now just trying to stay alive. 12 HP remaining from him. And ST will be able to go ahead and finish the job. Kim the Suzu coming through, mitigating that Captive Sun. So Epic unable to find the kill. Yuck does end up getting taken down, but Haratune finds both the supports. Now looks for the Tracer. Recall used. Langley out in front. The push coming through. Doesn't want to over pursue. In the meantime, Action. I don't know where he is. There you go. Spot him on the flank. He's just going to try to survive and maybe even pressure out Haratune here. He does quite a bit of damage. Haratune will go ahead and make his exit. So at long last, with just 30 seconds remaining, Hayabusa Gaming are going to be able to start the push. And Villia swapping over onto the Widow finds an opening kill onto Hofak.
yep, they need to be very prudent and very perfect in their future pushes here. They do have the necessary resources that they need in order to succeed. However, they need to survive this first, and then after, if they do survive this turn, they will be having the Kitsune Rush of their own, but not anymore. So this is going to be really bad for the side of Hayabusa Gaming. Even the Gravitic Flux from Action is denied, and that's probably going to be a wrap.
That's just it. I mean, Villia was the last one standing. Able to find Haratune there at the end, but just no way to try to play the card. Hofak takes him down very swiftly thereafter. That's going to be Revati now, moving up 2-0 here in the series.
Yep, Revati Japan. Again, beautiful understanding of the pace of the game on the win condition, on their win conditions, on the other teams, on their opposition's win conditions. Hayabusa Gaming on the other side, I think they're a little bit lost in a sense that, yes, they're bringing up a composition, but it looks like they don't know when they're most strong or when they're most vulnerable. So the timings are a little bit late. Like, especially like I said, they had the Nano Overclock. They had an opportunity to use it, especially when Jumpmanyak only Jumpmanyak on the side of Revati Japan had the Gravitic Flux to answer it. That was their window of opportunity to win that fight and push through point B. They had to stall it for several reasons. First, they got picked in the neutral fight, but of course, credit to Revati Japan for making that happen. But still, giving those angles was not doing any favors for Hayabusa Gaming, and in the end, by the time Hayabusa Gaming had an all-in push, Revati Japan had the resources and were ready for them.
Yeah, it was a solid time to start things off, but then just got whittled away at time and time again, all the way down to nothing. So that is going to be the 2-0 here for the side of Revati. Do they close it out with a 3-0? We're going to find out when we come back from the break. welcome back. It's time to go into map number 3 here in our final series of the evening. Revati, in dominant fashion, move up to 0 here over Hayabusa. Now we just have one more map here, a push potentially to be played unless Hayabusa can pick up a win.
Yep, Hayabusa, definitely, of course. Winning the series will not kind of like change their fate or anything.
Sure.
But of course, coming into the play-ins, they need that much needed confidence into coming. So they definitely need to work something out because clearly what they're doing so far isn't working right now. And of course, in the previous series as well, they've lost on all the matches that they lost so far. They lost in a 0-3, and they want to kind of, this is a trend that they want to kind of end.
Yeah, I mean, they had the 3-1 victory over Nyam, but aside from that, it has just been utter dominance, not being able to pick up any maps in any of their losses thus far. Esperanza potentially the closer here as Revati look to, in very dominant fashion, continue onward and better their position by moving up into the top 4 and qualifying for playoffs. All they need is just that win in general, but the stronger it is, the better it looks.
Yep, and once again, Esperanza is open to a lot of compositions, like even the Malga composition might be, even despite the nerfs, may be playable here. And there's also always the Doofus composition, the Zarya composition, Risa also. So even the Junker Queen that we haven't seen at all today. So let's see what the teams come up with. It's going to be an exciting match. Yeah.
Alrighty, well, find out here in a matter of seconds what the teams are going to be pushing together.
Winston out of all things.
I mean, given the rest of the things surrounding it, I'm inclined to believe that this is just a bit of hovering fun here for the side of Revati. But given that Hayabusa already played it on Samoa, I think it's a lot more likely that Action is actually going to be bringing this one in, especially with Alexander and Jin there on those flex of force. But it looks like Minhyuk is going to be matching it, so maybe just fully anticipating that this is what Hayabusa is going to do, and they say, okay, we'll just opt into, you know, the effective mirror, different support line here, so a bit more speed and mobility for the side of Revati.
Yeah, in theory, everyone on the side of Revati Japan can just jump on top of Hayabusa Gaming, and a lot of pressure on Alexander to kind of weather the storm, dive storm a little bit, unless Jin's going to be an easy target for everyone on the side of Revati Japan here.
Decent opening damage there on Avilia, but healing will stream through. I mean, Alexander, when he can get those rallies up, can be really heavily impactful. It's a matter of what the build time is going to look like here. So now just going to be hovering on the high ground, waiting to see if there's going to be any leap forward and be ready with that whip shot and try and stop them from taking control of the high ground. As we get into the neutral fight here, it's going to be widely just fishing for an opening kill. Jump up does come through, but Minhyuk going to be antied immediately there. Just get taken down. Nice rail shot from Villia, able to find that kill. Now Hesse going to be eliminated as well. 2 opening kills means that that is going to be a damn near wipe, as yep, Epic will be the last one to fall. Team kill going to be found, and Hayabusa can start the push.
Yeah, this is one of the rare moments in this series that Revati Japan is actually punished for their aggression here. Good anti-nade by the side of Jin on Jaminhyuk, so Jaminhyuk just got obliterated before he could jump back to the safety of his supports. Hayabusa Gaming definitely needs to do that again, repeat the success if they want to win. We are approaching one of the more important fights of this map, where the winner of this fight is potentially going to have the lead for the majority of the time in this map.
Actually, exiting there onto the high ground. Disrupting shot. Just going to be forcing Villia back. So for now, Bot is going to be locked into position here in the archway. Some damage coming through. A pulse bomb already online here for Langley. Let's see if he can put that to good use. A couple players tucked into that side room. So far, not opting to go for it, but Villia again finding an opener. SC going to be taken down. Incineroar still going to be used here from Revati as they try to stay alive, but anti-in. Epic goes so very low, but really clutch Suzu comes through to keep himself alive. Minhyuk, however, not going to be able to survive. Langley in action, able to come away with a couple kills. So the rally comes through from the side of Alexander, and that's going to give them the staying power that they need to further this lead. Villia really showing up now here on Esperanza, and maybe Hayabusa have a lot more to show in this series.
Yeah, it was a really important win for the side of Hayabusa in a sense that Revati Japan knew that they needed to win this fight. They opened the fight with the Kitsune Rush. Hayabusa Gaming, yes, it was important. Not only was it important for them to not just win this fight, but they still hold on to that Nano. So the likely Nano target is going to be the Sojourn of Velia's Sojourn with the Overclock, or even the Winston in that sense. So there are a lot of options for the side of Hayabusa. Revati Japan, yes, they have a few options of their own, but Hayabusa looking good right now.
High ground approach here for Revati, wanting to try to wrest his control away from Hayabusa. As there's the Nano, there's the Overclock. Really sliding away as Hopak trying to open things up with his own not-nanoed Overclock. The juggle around a couple players. Hopak will be able to find one. It's going to be straight out on some of these supports, but coming out dead off the back end of that expiration of the Primal Rage. The cleanup is looking good. Hayabusa in firm control, getting multiple ultimates out of the side of Revati. Not really being dissuaded at all. Villia just going to be waiting here, wants to offer up some healing perhaps to Jin, or just wait for the passive to tick in. But that's going to force the swap as Minihook now goes over to the Orisa.
All right, this is... I didn't expect to say this, but Revati is going to be a little bit more of a passive composition right now. So this means that Revati Japan is going to have Jumpinhyuk up front and then wait for Hofak or Hartoon to find a pick on either of those DPS duos, or maybe even the backline. So they're going to revert into a little bit more of a safer composition, whereas Hayabusa Gaming, it is now them who is going to have the faster, quicker composition, dive composition here.
I mean, action, he sees a bunch of people corralled into an alleyway. That Primal Rage is available, could go for a juggle, but looks like widely they say, okay, well, just let you guys go that way. We're just going to rotate over here and keep pushing the bot. The high ground control is going to be taken. The backline going to be disrupted here, but distance still being gained for Hayabusa. And given the lead, I don't think they're going to be too upset with this exchange in the end. They're not going to be committing any ults into this fight for the most part. So they get a couple extra meters, maybe about, 15 or so, and then lose out on the fight. They get right back in here because they still have those forward spawns.
Yep, and important part is that Hayabusa Gaming already capped the point, and Revati Japan, even after they get enough mileage to cap the point, they still have to wait for about like 7 seconds for the bot to scratch his button to keep pushing. So this is going to be a huge advantage for the side of Hayabusa Gaming, but
never mind. Harutoon, not happy with how this game has been going thus far. Gets into the back line, finds both supports with that pulse bomb, just hugging each other in fear. They get picked off. Hofak coming up with a couple as well. It's going to be distance now starting to be accrued for Revati. Ults coming up now to be ready to match against Hayabusa as well. So that ult tempo being shifted back into Revati's favor, and the checkpoint should be grabbed here relatively for free off the back of that fight.
Yep, like you said, Seth, Revati Japan is approaching very important ultimates here, namely the Overclock and also the Kitsune Rush on top of that sound barrier that they already have. Hayabusa Gaming knows this. They want to stop the aggression. Well, they want to have a team fight win before all this happens, but Hofak doesn't want that as well. Hofak.
No, it does not. Overclock being held here. Just build up for these rails naturally. Come up with some stagger kills, given that they already have an advantage. And we'll be able to find a little bit more. Jin going to be taken down. Alexander tucked away around the corner. Does stay safe for the moment. Rail would have finished him off even to the chest, and now Revati in a good spot to be able to take this lead back into their own hands here.
Yep, and yes, Hayabusa Gaming does have the Nano Overclock upcoming real soon, but Villa is going to be taking down Hofak. Good awareness of what potential threats on the opposition may be, and then action once again.
He gets himself a second. It's going to be looking for that third as the recall gets burned. Langley taken down to the back end of that one. Lead now very much established here for the side of Revati, who's looking like they are shifted into high gear. The Winston shenanigans not working out for them, but just shift back over into that Orisa. A bit more comfort for the side of Minihook. And now we'll be forcing that mirror as action as well. Needs to swap over.
Yeah, it's going to be similar to the previous map in a sense that Hayabusa Gaming did have a huge advantage actually in terms of how the ultimate economy was going to be. However, they did not take their chance, and now it's going to be Revati with all the tools in the world that can counter it now.
Pulse bomb into the back, not going to be able to find anything there. It's going to be Overclock out for Villia, looking for a target, but action dead in the front line. The far Nanoclock not really bearing any fruit here for the team. Still just holding on to his own. As up close and personal there against Harutoon will force him back, but kills cannot be found. Jin now tagged up. Hofak popping his own Overclock, getting that shot through onto Alexander, taking him damn low, and Harutoon is ready to collect. Plays off the back of those shots beautifully to be able to find the kills. He will be able to peel off a bit of that pressure. Takes him down. Villia now going to fall as well. Just continuing to bleed members out here. is Hayabusa. Alexander going to be swapping over onto that Zenyatta, wanting to get the Discord orb to cross to try to really soften up Minhyuk on this Orisa. A bit more pushing power. In the back, finding one. Vilio with the swap over onto the Widowmaker once more. Is able to find a kill. Pushing that enemy Tracer. Now looking for a little bit more as Hesti, Minhyuk, as well as Epic all just going to be corralled here into the side room. But in the meantime, starting to get inched back. Vilio just widely stuck in the spawn room here. Starts inching forward, looking for a bit more space to work with, trying to get some of these sight lines, but the bot is not moving.
Yep, contested at a point where Hayabusa Gaming is very uncomfortable, or John Minhyuk uses the
Terra Surge out. Jin going to be taken low, going to be taken down. Hunter swing in the corner, finds him, spear through. Alexander gone. That's 3 members completely disrupted. Langley, the only one who can really try to play this bot. Villia does find a nice headshot, takes out Hopeback, but it's all too late. The push comes in. They had their fun with a Winston, but eventually Revati say, okay, honestly, let's get this done with. They put their foot down. They're able to find the full push and the 3-0 win.
Yep, Revati Japan, all they needed was any sort of win and to make it to the playoffs, and they secure their playoffs run in fashion, as not only do they show good sportsmanship, they also win in a very dominant fashion in 3-0. Looking at how they won, they were really impressive. Of course, Revati Japan, they do also have a little bit of a struggle when showed a little bit of struggle when they were going against Pandia, Sixplo, and Varrel. But as of right now, they were showing good awareness of what their composition needs in terms of play, what their ult economy looks like, what fights should we take and what fights should we just kind of like just lose without like do damage control. Good management from the side of Revati Japan. If they keep up like this, they might actually surprise us in playoffs.
No, they absolutely could. And I mean, again, they've already surprised us during this round robin by taking down Insomnia. So that's already a huge boon for them. Couldn't draw blood versus Varrel, but clearly, you know, the talent is there. We'll go ahead and take a look at our player of the match, though, and see who's going to be able to take this one away. I think that this is maybe a little, maybe not clear cut. I think that there's a couple different arguments that you could make for player of the match, but in my heart, and I know in Wolf's, wherever he is out there watching on his phone somewhere, I'm thinking it's got to be Hofak. Very few stumbles, solid impact when it came down to pretty much everything that he was playing. The Widowmaker, the Sojourn, of course, just coming up with huge value. I think it's got to be him or Harutoon for sure.
Yeah, definitely anyone from the DPS side of things, because remember, this was not close of a match. Every member on each department, like DPS, tank, support, they all just gapped their respective oppositions. But when it comes to that, the players who make the more, I guess, flashy plays usually gets a lot of the credit, and I think this is going to be Hofak.
All right, well, we will see. Let's go ahead and fly the graphic. Player of the match, who's it gonna be? It's Hofak.
Yep.
Okay. Winning yet another one here, Hofak. That, I do believe, now ties him at the top alongside the likes of Pressure and one other player. I believe I'm pretty sure this is his 4th player of the match
and Zessin.
Okay, there you go. So, a nice little 3-way tie for first between those squads as we close out this round robin. But yeah, I mean, Impact was found. Hofak, the Ash is regularly finding incredible picks. The guy's headshot accuracy is just incredibly clean overall. Just really kind of knowing when he can limit test and very rarely is getting punished. So just knows like when he can really push a hard angle, even though it's up close against, you know, towards the opponent's spawn and whatnot. He just plays pretty wild and loose, but at the same time, very controlled and intelligently.
Yeah.
He treads this line perfectly.
Which is very impressive for a hit scan player usually, because in Korean, we usually call a hit scan player mindless, brainless turrets, because usually they're just mechanically really gifted, but they just don't, most of them, except for the top players, have lack a lot of positional, I guess, awareness or I guess tactical flexibility. In this case, Hofak perfectly, not only was he a good shot, he just knew where to be and where not to be.
Yep. Well, a little delay there, obviously getting into the 3rd series, but overall some pretty clean gameplay across the board from these squads. 2-3-0s, and of course that ever incredible 3-1 series between Insomnia and Namekuji brothers. If you guys tuned in late, if you're in America or wherever, Europe, and you just recently tuned in, you missed that one, go watch King's Row.
Yes.
It's It's amazing. I can't even say enough good things about it. It's one of those things that you have to go watch because it was so entertaining. You know, again, Namekuji, they're just like the kind of like the junk food of Overwatch Japan right now. It's just, oh man, it can hurt me to watch them sometimes, but it also just tastes so damn good when I do.
And you can't run away from it. Like, it will come back in your minds every time. So
yeah. That one is going to be living rent-free in my head for a very, very long time. Super happy that I was here to be able to commentate that one. But with that out of the way, let's go ahead and take a look at the standings. As you can see, Revati with that victory, able to leap over Pandia, shoving them now down into the LCQ. It's going to be Varrel, Insomnia, Sixblow, and Revati as our first teams qualified into the playoffs.
Yeah, so today was, we didn't know which of Insomnia, Revati, Pandia was going to like clutch these playoffs. Of course, these 4 teams do have to play seeding deciders. There are some stakes. The first team coming out of seeding deciders gets to choose who they want to play on the playoffs, which is huge. And also, we do have potential changes coming into the map selection. And of course, we will be sharing a lot of those in future social posts or announcements. However, getting that first seed is going to be crucial in whatever advantage that they will have, and it counts.
No, I mean, everything does count here. As we'll take a look at the bracket. This is how things going to shake out for the LCQ. And go ahead and fill in the team. So Pandia versus Hayabusa, Arise Project versus Namekuji. Now, you know, I'm not sure what to necessarily expect from that one in particular. Namekuji, when they went against Arise last time, it was fairly one-sided, much to my surprise. But maybe Namekuji be able to hunker down, get themselves situated for a win to keep themselves alive and in that upper bracket here.
Yep, last time Arise played Namekuji Brothers. Well, let's just say that this version of Namekuji Brothers have evolved a little bit.
They've gotten a bit stronger.
They can now win a mirror.
Yeah, they've won a mirror matchup. They're changing things up as far as the support line is concerned. We actually got to see a pretty mainstay on the Mercy for a bit there from Basa, as well as the even just the Alari coming through from Jisoo, which overall looked decently clean. So certainly potential for Namekuji to be able to get that one, but Arise Project have been on the up and up as of late as well, improving on their team synergy. But I'm really curious to see how all of this is going to shake out. But of course, it can only be those 2 teams that manage to squeak their way through, join the others that are going to be waiting, as we will then get the playoffs underway.
Yep, and more, I guess, going to playoffs is not going to be, look, these teams have sights on higher things, right? Making to playoffs is the first step, and then making to that second top 2 teams in the entire region, so that they can make it to LAN in Korea for OWCS Asia. So this is going to be a historic start for all these teams. Imagine Namekuji Brothers making it to LAN in Korea.
That would be the most exciting thing, and I hope that. I hope that can happen. You know what? I will lay my bias out there. I would absolutely love for Namekuji to come over here to be playing on LAN, but I hope that Nozzle would just recreate his hotel setup on stage. Just like the most cramped little thing, you know. He's like, this is just how I play comfortably. But who knows? If he could make it to LAN and he has all of this desk space,
yeah,
he might ascend
and not play
to
on
a new
laptop.
level. Yeah, that as well. Not playing on a laptop. The man might just ascend to a godlike status, the likes of which we cannot even comprehend because we are mere mortals. So the prospect of that, obviously, very, very exciting.
Yep, we're looking at how the seeding decider works. Excuse me. So after a round robin between the top 4 teams, the first team and the team that goes first and second get a bye to round 1 in playoffs. So they don't have to play one game. They go straight to round 2, and between those teams, the first team gets opponent selection, so they could get to choose which of the teams that got out from that one in playoff round 1. So this is a huge advantage for the side of whoever makes it in the seeding deciders.
Yeah, it's going to be big pressure on those matches to ensure that you can get yourself into pole position to potentially be able to just, have an easier road to be able to qualify for the tournament. So we'll see what the selections are going to end up looking like. And how those matches are all going to shake out, because obviously, you know, we're playing on live. Things can change. Now, worth noting, as it says there at the top of the screen, these matches right here are not going to be broadcast. These are going to take place on Sunday, and it's going to be Pandia versus Hayabusa, Arise versus Namekuji, and then we will have the two losers squaring off against each other.
Yeah, so it's a little bit unfortunate that it's going to be non-broadcasted. However, we're not going to lose as much action because we are only basically losing one team. One team is going to be eliminated before we get all the teams in a broadcasted match for the playoffs. So, of course, of course, there will be social announcements, and I don't know if there will be co-streams available. That will also be have to be updated, but definitely we'll find some way to bring the action or the hype to you guys. So stay tuned on that.
I'd imagine at the very least we could expect that, you know, replay codes of these games would be put out there. So, you know, these games will be visible. They just won't be on a live broadcast with us commentating it. So that's going to be the primary difference there. But taking a look at the ones that will be broadcast, we have the top two there.
Yep.
Winners of LCQ Game 1 and Game 2 squaring off against each other. Varrel versus Sixblow. Sixblow, I mean, you'll see how quickly they've been able to recover because they only played against Varrel yesterday. So not that long to really learn from the mistakes there. And then Insomnia will be going up against Revati. So obviously, given that it was a round robin, these are going to be rematches. But for Insomnia, who find themselves in second place, probably a bit pissed that they dropped that series to Revati earlier on in the round robin.
Yep, so a lot of rematches here. Of course, everyone on that seeding decider is going against each other, so at least they will be having a chance to go against all the teams and, well, the top guaranteed team, 4 guaranteed teams. However, like, you know, starting off with the win, if Sixblow actually gets registered a win against Varrel in the first day of the seeding deciders, they might actually get enough, I guess, traction or momentum for them to steamroll through the entire seeding decider. And remember, the first team, the top team that gets out of the seeding decider, goes to not only round 2 of the playoffs, but they also get to choose whoever opponent that they go with. And this is going to be really big because this means that only one win will secure them a ticket to Korea and land.
Right? Well, pressure building up here as we get towards the end with that major in Korea on the horizon, everything to play for, because, I mean, you know, prize money, that's cool, but playing in front of a live audience, something that you might not have been able to do at all in your career, especially for a lot of these teams that have come together, you know, because of the culmination of the OWCS, I think that would be the coolest prize of all. Plus, it's a free trip to Korea, and that's pretty, that's value right there. So, a whole week in Korea with nothing but fantastic food. And great Overwatch to be played. So I think it's going to be exciting to see how everything is going to be shaking out. Of course, we will have our eyes peeled on that. And as Vinsong was talking about, make sure to keep your eyes on socials regarding those matches on Sunday. Those updates will be going out, as well as replay codes and whatnot, so you can be able to watch those ones. But that's going to do it from us. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. It was an absolute pleasure to be casting alongside the Prince of the Fire Nation. So thank you, Vinsong. We wish you the best of rest to get your voice back into tip-top shape. But that's going to do it from us. So thank you guys for tuning in. And we'll be back with Pacific tomorrow.
Yep. See you there.